Clerk's laptop. Sound check. Clerk's laptop. Sound check. February 16, 2021. Planning Committee meeting. Clerk's laptop. Sound check. Presenter's laptop. Sound check. Presenter's laptop. Sound check. Planning Committee meeting. February 16, 2021. So, presenter's laptop. Sound check. And we are in
We're live. Hey, the lights came on. Good morning. I'm going to call this meeting of the Planning Committee to order for February 16th, 2021, Snowstorm Edition. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and archived on the city's website. A reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. Members of the committee are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make comments. Members of the public have 5 minutes to address the committee. And I'll now go through roll call. So members of the committee, please use the talk hand sign if you need to speak between items, and raise a hand to move or second an item, as well as to using describe. So roll call, we have first Vice Chair Councillor Johnson.
My apologies. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Second Vice Chair Councillor Farr.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Councillor Collins.
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Present. Good morning.
Councillor Ferguson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Wilson.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Partridge.
Good morning.
Good morning. Approval agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are changes. Under delegation requests, we have an added request 6.2 Barry Coombs respecting Bird Friendly City, Hamilton Burlington Bird Team 2021. Under public meetings for 8.1 zoning bylaw amendment for 95-97 Fairholt Road South. The agent's presentation has been added, and the zoning bylaw amendment Appendix E has been revised and added to the agenda. Under 8.2, the non-statutory public meeting for lands located at 73 to 89 Stone Church Road West and 1029 West 5th Street, added written submissions from Marissa Tankoy Lim and Conrad Walsiak, as well as an added registered delegation from Robert Dehan. Under 8.4, the zoning bylaw amendment for 9 Westbourne Road, added written submissions from Marlene Castura, and the registered delegation from Rosemary Lucasius has been withdrawn. Under 8.5, urban Hamilton official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment for lands at 211 and 225 John Street South and 78 Yonge Street, added written submissions from Terry Brown, Cameron Croach, Jamie Phelps, Mary Porter,
period, but different, like, you know, from
James.
B to C.
Sorry,
And the same use of the
Sorry, gotta mute somebody. There we go. James McNevin and Jessica Heimers, as well. The zoning bylaw amendment Appendix C has been revised.
So the problem is, how do you turn your volume off on one meeting?
Sorry, whoever that is, please mute. Thank you. Oh, 10.1 is discussion item, application for zoning bylaw amendment for 130 Wellington Street South, added written submission from Michael Barton with MB1 Consulting, the agent. And we have an added private and confidential matter, 14.1, update and instructions regarding the OMB, which is now LPAT, appeals of rural and urban Hamilton official plans, urban boundary expansion. And that's everything.
Thank you, Elsie Kelsey. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All in favor? Councillor Collins, I see he says approve in the chat. Thank you. That carries. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations this morning? Seeing none. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Not a declaration. I just wanted to mention that I need to step out for a phone call at 11 o'clock, but I will return. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. On to item 4, approval of the previous meetings. I need a mover and seconder to approve the minutes from February 2nd, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. On to delegation requests, we have delegations respecting 130 Wellington Street zoning bylaw amendment. Jesse Razikpur and Sheila Strong. Need a mover and a seconder to approve the delegations for today's meeting. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Partridge. Any discussion on the delegations? Nope. All in favor? Thank you, that carries. Okay, where are we here? Item 6.2 is Barry Coombs respecting the bird-friendly. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the delegations for today's meeting. Moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Farr. All in favor? Thank you, that carries. On to consent. Just a reminder for staff who are speaking at today's meeting, they're asked to state their name and title before speaking for the first time. So on consent items, first is 7.1, the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Advisory Committee. Councillor Partridge, you used to speak to this?
No, I'm just going to move it,
Okay.
put it
And
on the floor. Thank you.
thank you. So moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Johnson. And Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you'll notice item number 1, it's the Farm 911. We seem to be having lately a lot of emergency and crises that are happening out in the rural areas, and it's very hard for the emergency services to find the exact location because they're not labeled. So I would be at this time asking for a seconder to send this request to our economic and development team who oversee the rural and agricultural affairs, agricultural and rural affairs, to see if there's some sort of a plan they can come up with to make sure that all the agricultural lands and the rural lands are labeled accordingly to make it easier for our fire trucks and our paramedics.
I'll second that. Thank
Yep.
you.
Staff are available. Did you want to clarify anything with them first or just put that on the floor? Is that Councillor Ferguson?
Yes, would it be Norm that would answer that question, or is there someone from EMS or fire with us today?
So,
Go ahead, Jason.
through you, Mr. Chair, Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. So if council wants to refer it to staff for a report back as the task force has requested, the lead on the report would actually likely be Tony Sergi's Growth Management Group. They deal with all sort of the addressing kind of issues, but they would do that in consultation with, we do have an ag lead within economic development and with emergency services, so we can consult with them. We'd have to just look at what the what an approach would look like, what the process would be, what the costing would be. We'd have to identify a funding source. Those would all be the things we'd have to work out in a report back to council for your consideration.
So Jason, do you know if this is precipitated by the already approved public meetings on changing the names of some rural roads because they conflict with the new dispatch system, or is this something else?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it's not impacted by that. I don't know if the discussion at the task force was generated because of that. One of the task force members might be able to respond, but the previous changes we had around the 911 does not directly impact those residents.
Okay, I have support. I'd like to get her here to report back what's causing this. Thank you.
And then Councillor Johnson, did you have something to add?
Yeah, this was raised at the Agricultural and Rural Affairs, and there was a speaker that was there, and they're trying to get all the rural communities to be appropriately labeled. So we go by fields all the time, and there's you'll see an egress for the farmer to get his equipment on and off that field. And if there's ever an accident on that field, and there's been a few, in fact, there was one last week in Niagara, and they become fatal because the paramedics and the fire trucks cannot get there. So it's really to come up with a plan to see how we can get them all labeled properly, just like we do for the urban areas. So that's where we're coming from. And I believe Brian, oh God, the name escapes me. He's from the economic development. He's under Norm Sheeland's group, but I would prefer that it went to Norm's, because that's the lead staff person on agricultural and rural affairs is under Norm's group. So if it's, with all due respect, I'd like to see it go there first. And if Norm feels that Tony Sergi's group should take it, then we'll just leave it up to them.
Thank you, Councillor.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy. Brian Morris is the person that you're thinking of.
Thank you.
And yes, he's within economic development. So that's who I was referring to when I said that if Tony brings forward the report, he'd have to do so in consultation with Brian. I'm happy either way in terms of who leads the report. I'm sure both directors are hoping that it be the other director at the moment. Yeah, the actual sort of implementation of a signage system would likely get led through growth management. But in terms of the report back, it can be joint from economic development and growth management.
And thank you, Chair. I think I still have the floor. If it's okay if Norm, I just saw him pipe in there a little bit. So Norm, I don't know if you've been caught up to speed. This is a recommendation from Ag and Rural. Brian Morris is the lead on this committee, and I was just hoping maybe your staff could take a stronger look into how we can get all the rural properties labeled accordingly for 911, just as we do for the urban areas.
And through the chair to the councillor, I will. Brian will definitely be involved in this process, and I'll defer to my general manager and Tony to figure out how we get this move this process forward. But we will certainly be a large part of that process, councillor.
And thank you very much. And Mr. Chair, just to let you know, I believe that Councillor Vanderbeek does want to take the lead on this. So if there's any help that you can assist with her, if there's anything I can do or my office can do, please let us know, Norm. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion to refer to staff from Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. All in favor? You've got everything you need for that, Lisa? Oh. Okay, perfect. Carries unanimously. Thank you. And then on the report, I think we just need to approve the recommendations of the report. Nope. But that was the Okay. So on to 7.2 then. Payday loan licenses. I need a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor. I see Councillor Partridge and Councillor Pearson. Discussion on this. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I'm just wondering through you if I could ask staff, for the benefit of those who may be listening, just to provide an overview of how many payday loan locations we have in the city and how many are permitted, please. And then I'll have a follow-up question to that.
Yes, it's Ken Leadertz, Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. And just an overview of this report. An annual report is given back to committee about the number of payday loans. When Municipal Act allowed us to restrict the number several years ago, and we were actually the first municipality to license payday loans, and we currently have 30 that are licensed, and those will all be grandfathered because the bylaw actually will restrict them down to 15, one per ward. So as a business closes up, no new ones will be allowed in, and eventually the number would be down to 15, one per ward. But right now we currently have 30 that are licensed.
Thank you, Ken. I really appreciate that explanation. I mean, currently in Ward 15, we have 0 payday loan locations, which I am absolutely thrilled about. I do not want to see this type of an industry open up, certainly in Ward 15. But I just want to clarify again that even though there are none of these locations in Ward 15, there cannot be, because currently we have 30. We passed a motion as council to restrict that to 15 citywide, no more than one per ward. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. So you won't get one until it drops below 14 or 15, and it would only be one award. So I don't see one coming to your ward for a long time.
I would like to suggest that it would be when something freezes over, but I don't really have as much control over that as I would like. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Farr? Yeah, not hearing you, Councillor. Still on mute.
You got me now?
There we go.
Oh, okay. Through you to Ken, it looks like a recommendation, a final paragraph of this report. You're not seeking to offer annual updates anymore. Do we require a motion to do that, or is that just information and we will do as you suggest going forward, reaching out to licensing independently?
Through the chair, that is a recommendation. I mean, we've come back to this committee several times now. Nothing has changed. The rules are in place. I think council really wanted to see how the new legislation would pan out, and as you know, we're recommending that we don't need to come back to a report. If you have any questions, of course, this committee could say no. We still want to see it every year if you do.
Okay. If required, then I'd be prepared to move that as suggested in the final paragraph. Mr. Chairman, I don't have a seconder unless the clerk feels otherwise, because it is more of info report before us with no clear recommendation, but we just heard our licensing director suggest it is. So just to bring clarity to that, if a motion is required, I'm happy to move it.
Thank you. So that's annual report moved by Councillor Farr, second by Councillor Pearson. Is there any discussion on having that come back annually?
No, sorry, Mr. Chair, just to be clear, the recommendation is that it's no longer required. If we needed any updates, yeah.
Oh, okay. So the clerk's telling me we don't need that motion, and I believe that's the recommendation, is it not? Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yep. We don't need that motion. All right. So then on the report to receive the report moved by Councillor Partridge and seconded by Councillor Pearson, and just going to add my 2 cents really quickly. I think there's 4 or 5 payday loan stores on Upper James, and it's kind of interesting that the cannabis store retail locations that are all in application right now are almost the exact same area that loan stores are, which is perhaps not a coincidence. And it's just a shame that we can't license cannabis retail the same way that we can license our payday loan stores, because they're in a lot of ways targeting the very similar demographics. But thank you for that. Councillor Farr?
Hi. Through you to Clerk Kelsey. So we do not need to move a motion to carry out what's recommended, albeit in an information report, in the final paragraph of this report, just so I'm clear. Otherwise we're just receiving this. And we heard Director Leender suggest that it is something that he would like moved.
My apologies, Councillor Farr. I think I misunderstood. So you're asking for further report back?
No. No. See, I'm sorry. That's my fault for not being clear. So if page 2 of 2, last paragraph, with little change in status over the last 3 years, it is recommended that the annual reporting is no longer required. We're getting annual reporting because when we moved this bylaw, we asked as well in that motion many years ago that we'd have annual report back. So it says here, it is recommended that annual reporting is no longer required. Further information about payday loan business may be requested directly to licensing. So I see the word recommended. I want to assist our director with this recommendation. Councillor Pearson has agreed to second it. If you're saying we simply receive this and the director can breathe easy that he's not required anymore to bring reports annually, I'm fine with that too. But I just wanted
That's how I understand it.
Okay, that's fine then. No motion required, and thank you, Ken, for the annual updates to this. Bye.
Thank you, Councillor. Kurtzel Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I thought I just saw a note saying that a motion would be helpful because it is on the outstanding business list as an annual report back. So I think Councillor Farr is probably quite correct that it should be a motion. And I think it's an easy one to make at this point. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
Good catch. Thank you, Councillor. So we'll put that on the floor first. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pearson to end the annual report back. We just got to cancel the vote. Yeah, the annual report's no longer required. It was Farr, seconded by Pearson. So we just got to redo the vote. Got everybody? Yep. That's unanimous. Excuse me. And then on the report itself, the report moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Thank you. On to public hearings and delegations. The public has been advised how to pre-register to be a virtual delegate at the public meetings on today's agenda. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes a decision regarding the zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment applications before us today. The person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton, to the local planning appeal tribunal, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the local planning appeal tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So 8.1 is application for zoning bylaw amendments for land located at 95 to 97 Fairholt Road South in Hamilton. Is there a desire to see the staff presentation on this? Councillor Wilson? Yeah, Councillor Pearson? Okay. So we have Sean Stewart who's going to present.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of committee, staff, and public in attendance. My name is Sean Stewart, and I'm a planner on the urban team with the City of Hamilton. Today, I'll be discussing the zoning bylaw amendment application for lands located at 95 to 97 Fairholt Road South in Hamilton. The owner has applied for a zoning bylaw amendment to permit a 6-unit multiple dwelling within the existing building. 6 parking spaces are proposed at the rear of the property. The proposed units range in size between 512 and 1,086 square feet. 4 one-bedroom units and 2 two-bedroom units are proposed. The last recognized use of the building is a 2-family residential building. There are currently 5 units with 5 residents living in the building. The zoning bylaw amendment application proposes to modify the existing C district to permit the multiple dwelling. The proposed modifications relate to such matters as reduced front yard depth, parking access, and a reduced amount of required parking. This is an air photo of the subject property. 690 square meters in size. Single detached dwellings are located to the north, east, and west of the site. This is a concept site plan showing the existing building. The parking area is proposed at the rear of the property. The parking area has access to the street via the existing driveway. This is an image of the subject property from Fairholt Street South. This image shows the existing building with the proposed access route to the rear. You'll see a shed at the back there beside a vehicle, and that shed will come down as part of the proposed parking area. This is an image showing Fairholt Road South, looking south. Subject property is in the center of the picture. And this image is looking north on Fairholt Road South. Subject property again is in the center of the image. Should this application be approved, a site plan application will be required for the proposed rear parking area. This is to deal with issues such as grading and drainage, screening and landscaping. A building permit will also be required for the internal renovations to ensure the units meet building code requirements. Staff received a number of pieces of correspondence from neighboring residents. Concerns regarding parking, property maintenance, and intensification were shared. The initial application had 3 parking spaces. However, based on feedback from staff and area residents, the parking area was reconfigured to include 6 spaces to provide 1 space per unit. The agent has indicated that their client has agreed to hire a property maintenance company to maintain the property, and they can speak to that further in their presentation. The proposed development is within the medium density range. The proposed intensification is relatively minor. The property is within a half block of Main Street East, a major arterial, which has frequent transit service. The proposal also maintains the character of the existing street by maintaining the built existing dwelling. The proposal has merit and can be supported for the following reasons. It is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to a place to grow. It complies with the policies of the Urban Hamilton Official Plan. It is compatible with the existing land uses in the immediate area and represents good planning by, among other things, providing additional housing options, making efficient use of existing infrastructure within the urban boundary, and supporting public transit. This concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Sean. If you could just take down your, thank you. Do we have questions from committee? Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. You noted in your presentation, Sean, that there are single detached dwellings to the north, east, and west of the site, but within the circulation area itself for notice, are you able to tell me anything about the nature of the residences, whether they're multi-residential units, etc.? Thank you.
Through you, Chair. The neighborhood is an urban neighborhood, so there are a mixture of dwelling types. There are some duplexes. There are a few low-rise rental buildings. There's one about 2 blocks away. There's a low-rise adaptive reuse project that was about a block away. That is a condo, was converted to a condo building. And there are institutional uses in the neighborhood. So there is a mix of different types of intensities and uses within the neighborhood itself. In the 120 meter list, sorry.
Yeah, within the 120 meter, if you could just clarify the nature of tenure. You're saying it's mixed, but are you able to tell me anything more detailed than that?
Through you, Chair. There is one condo building a block to the west, and then there is a rental building about 2 blocks to the northeast of this building. And then, like I said, there are a few duplexes. I don't know the tenure of those, but there's a mixture of tenures and uses.
Okay, thank you. And the previous use was two units, so presumably it was very family friendly in size. What were the bedrooms in each of those 2 units? Do you have that information?
I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Farr.
I thought I was third. Thank you. Just one question through you to Sean. Where's the ward councillor on this?
Through you, Chair, we did contact Councillor Nunn a few times. We didn't receive a definitive position on this proposal. I will note that she was happy to see that the number of proposed parking units, spaces, did increase from the original plan of 3.
All right. Sounds like she's relying on the expertise and due diligence of this planning committee. Thank you for that answer. I appreciate it. I'm supportive.
Any further? Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Sean, thank you for the presentation. A couple of things. First off, at the very beginning, you mentioned are there 5 residents living in this unit now? You mentioned at the beginning that it's 2 family currently. Would you say there's 5 residents or 5 different families?
Through you, Chair. Yes, there are 5. So the city, we recognize that there are, the last recognized use is two dwelling, 2 family dwelling.
Right.
Over the years, there was conversions to have 5 units. So there are 5 units currently.
Thank you.
They're not all recognized though.
Okay, thank you. So that's what we're doing here today. Thank you for the clarification. And just one question only because I want to be sure, because the proximity of the house to the, sorry, I can't tell which way is north on this, but on the driveway side, is staff comfortable there's sufficient access on the driveway for the number of vehicles going in and out?
Staff, through you, Chair, sorry. Staff did review, there was a turning plan to ensure that cars could enter and exit in a forward motion. It is, but yes, we are comfortable that there is room to access the rear parking area.
Thank you. I'm fine with it. Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further questions from committee? I have a couple questions myself, Sean. So I heard that the property is a 2-family dwelling, so a duplex, but it's operating with 5 units. So this is illegally operated and converted at some point in the past?
Yes, it has.
And instead of asking
Excuse me,
for
Chair, I think you need to turn the chair over, correct?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll turn the chair over to you.
Sure, I'll take
Thank
it.
On the parking spaces, so there's 6 parking spaces proposed for 6 units. How many parking spaces should there be?
Through you, Chair, there should be 8. So the reduction is essentially for the 2 visitor parking spaces required.
Thank you.
Councillor?
And can you just, I was making notes when you introduced this, so my apologies, but could you just go over the proposed layout for the 6 units?
Through you, Chair. I believe the agent will have a presentation about that specifically. If you don't mind, if we have them discuss that specifically.
Okay.
Councillor?
Okay. So those are all the questions I had for staff. Thank you. I'll take the chair back.
Okay. Thank you.
So no further questions. So I need did I have mover and seconder? I need a mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Thank you. Councillor Farr, are you able to vote? Oh, I got yours. Yep. Chad says he's grabbed his count out. Good? Yep. Okay, thank you. So for the delegation from the agent, we have Stephanie Murtish and Dave Aston from MHBC Planning. You can turn your mics and video on. You have the floor.
Morning, Mr. Chair and members of committee. We're here this morning to provide some information with regard to the proposed application with regard to the subject lands, and want to thank Mr. Stewart for his presentation. We will attempt to respond to some of the questions through our presentation and be happy to answer any questions. I'm going to let Ms. Murdich run the presentation, as I think she has the access to share the presentation. So thank you.
Thank you. Just give me one moment here to pull up the presentation.
No problem.
Okay, can everyone see that?
Yes.
Great. Thank you and good morning, members of committee. So my name is Stephanie Murdich with MHBC Planning. Sean did a great job on his presentation, so I will be brief and try to cover off some of the questions that were brought up this morning. So brief overview of the project. So it's important to note that the property is approximately 0.7 hectares. It has 20.4 meters of frontage on Fairholt Road South. So it is a double lot. The existing building is approximately 4,300 square feet above grade and 5,300 square feet total, including the basement. For context, the existing units in the building, as discussed, there are 5. They range approximately from 500 to 600 square feet. The proposal proposes a mix of 4 one-bedroom and 2 two-bedroom units. The one-bedrooms range from approximately 530 to 900 square feet, while the 2 bedrooms will be larger in the range of 1,000 to 1,100 square feet. The existing access is proposed to be maintained off of Fairholt Road South. And as Sean mentioned, there are 6 parking spaces proposed in the rear, and that is the summary of the works proposed to the site. And the remaining of the work will be proposed to the interior of the building, and the exterior will be maintained as it is today. And we'll just show a brief context plan. So as discussed in the staff presentation, the site is very well connected by transit in the surrounding area, with both main being within a 5-minute walk, both with planned and existing higher order transit service. The area is surrounded by a mix of commercial or residential and commercial uses, and within a walk parks. And as Sean discussed in his presentation, there are a mix of residential types, including singles, multiple units, and low-rise apartments in the area. So briefly, the policy framework: the lands are designated neighborhoods in the Urban Hamilton official plan and zoned C district in zoning bylaw 6593. Brief overview of the application is really to permit a site-specific zone to recognize a multiple dwelling with a maximum of 6 units, to recognize existing conditions such as building height, the existing front yard setback, and the existing access width, reduce the required parking from 1.25 to 1 space per unit, so 6 spaces instead of the required 8, and to remove a requirement for the planting strip and a loading space requirement that is required for units above 5 units total. So as Sean mentioned, we did receive several neighborhood comments with the original application, which this should actually say 3 spaces, which was revised to 4, and ultimately we landed at 6 parking spaces for a total of 1 per unit. We received questions about the unit numbers and bedrooms, which has now been provided for 4 one-bedrooms and 2 two-bedrooms. And we also received comments about existing and planned property maintenance. So property management company will be contracted once the development is complete and a future plan of condominium is intended. And additional information was circulated to the area residents within 120 meters in July of 2020. So in summary, it's our opinion that this proposal is consistent with the PPS and conforms to the growth plan and also implements the policy direction in the Urban Hamilton official plan, provides an opportunity for appropriate intensification in proximity to higher order transit while maintaining the existing built form of the building, with work only being proposed to the interior and at the rear to configure the parking area. Details about the site design will be addressed through a future site plan application, and we will continue to work with staff on that application. And thank you for the opportunity to present, and happy to answer any questions. And I do have the floor plans available. If members of committee would like to see those, we can walk through those as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. And I need to hear from you that you're in support of the staff report.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we have reviewed and are in support of the staff report.
Thank you. Do we have questions for the delegates? So if you can just take your presentation down. See everybody. Thank you. So any questions for the agent? Not seeing any. So I'm sorry, Stephanie, maybe you could turn the chair over to Councillor Johnson again. Could you take committee through the floor plans for the units? So put your presentation back up.
Sure, give me one moment, I'll pull that up here. Okay, can you see this here?
Yep, just waiting for it to, there we go.
Great, I'll walk you through these as they are a bit difficult to see. So the first plan is the basement units, and what's interesting to note about the units is they are not exclusively basement units. So if I just move to the next plan here, the units 1 and 2 are accessed from the ground floor and are 2-level units with the ground floor in the basement. Unit 1 being approximately 900 square feet and unit 2 approximately 1,100 square feet. Unit 3 is on the ground floor at approximately 620 units. On the second floor, there are 2 additional units, 1 bedroom at 527 square feet and a 2-bedroom at about 1,023 square feet. And finally, there is a 6th unit on the 3rd floor, which occupies just a portion of that level at 610 square foot, 1-bedroom unit.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll take the chair back. I don't have any further questions on that. So anything else from committee? Not seeing anything. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive the delegates, the agent's delegation. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Thank you. Good. Everybody remember to vote. Councillor Partridge, thank you. And Councillor Collins, were you able to get back on? I see approve in the chat. Thank you. And there's no public delegations, right? So I need a seconder to close the public meeting. Moved by, I'd like to move Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? Closing the public meeting. Thank you. And then on Councillor Part, yeah, we got you. Okay, thank you. Good. Passes unanimously. Thank you. And then I need a mover and a seconder on the staff report that the public submissions in the staff report were received and considered by the committee in approving the application. So on the recommendation, moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Farr. I could just hand the chair over to you, Councillor Johnson, for just one quick comment from myself.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I'm just going to stay consistent with my vote on previous similar applications where there's been a an illegal use of a duplex or a single family home, and then cutting it up into multiple smaller units. I will note that this one is a bit different in that these units are fairly substantial in size, where some of the other ones are significantly smaller. But just out of principle, this could be any single family home in Ancaster or the South Mountain or anywhere in the city, and there is no way that we would approve a 6-unit conversion of a similar sized house on the South Mountain. So I'm going to stay consistent and be opposed to this. Thank you. I'll take the chair back.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion? Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Chair. We have an outstanding item on our list for a family-friendly policy. And it seems to me that the same neighborhoods are taking the same brunt of intensification with a house that could be family-friendly with 2 legal units. And we're putting 6 into it in a neighborhood that has it's doing its share and carrying the load of multiple units in what were once single family dwellings. So similarly, I won't be supporting the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. So then on the staff recommendation in the report, all in favor or opposed? Councillor Collins, if you're able to indicate. I got approved from Councillor Collins. Thank you. That carries 5-3. And finally, I need a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations as amended. Same moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Farr. We're good? Okay. All in favor? I see approved from Councillor Collins. You got everybody? Thank you. That carries 6-2. Thank you. On to 8.2, which is a non-statutory public meeting for the Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment, UHOP 19-008, and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application ZAC 19-029 for lands located at 73, 77, 83, and 89 Stone Church Road West and 1029 West 5th Street in Hamilton in Ward 8. This is a non-statutory public meeting, but does committee wish to see the staff presentation? I would like to see it, as this is my ward, and I believe we do have a couple delegates here. So we have James Van Roy.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Again, yes, I am James Van Roy, a planner with our Planning and Economic Development Department, Planning Division, Suburban team. And let me just pull up my presentation here. Everyone can see this?
Yes.
Okay. So once again, my name is James Van Roy, planner for the City of Hamilton Suburban team. I'm here to present the most recent information report for applications UHOPA 19-008 and ZAC 19-029 for lands located at 73, 77, 83, and 89 Stone Church Road West and 1029 West 5th Street in Hamilton. We are here today as the applications were appealed on July 31st, 2020, and on December 8th, 2020, Planning Committee was advised to oppose the appeals and directed staff to coordinate a non-statutory public meeting. Here is our property. The lands are located on the south side of Stone Church Road West and on the east side of West 5th Street. The subject property is rectangular in shape with a frontage of roughly 80.5 meters along West 5th and 83 meters along Stone Church Road West with an area of 0.78 hectares. Here we have an aerial view of the site. You can see the property is surrounded by townhouse development to the north, townhouse development to the west. To the northwest kitty corner of the site, we have single detached residential dwellings. To the south of the site, we have a vacant property, which is currently a 4-story retirement home building that is under construction. And to the east of the site, we have a church. The application was first submitted April 23rd, 2019, and deemed complete on May 23rd, 2019 for the development of a 10-story, 237-unit multiple dwelling. And on July 31st, 2020, the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications were appealed to the local planning appeal tribunal for non-decision. Prior to the appeal, the applicant had submitted a revised concept plan. This plan here reduced the height to 9 stories and the unit count to 216 units. And it was supported by 54 parking spaces and 167 underground parking spaces, as well as 92 bicycle parking spaces. The official plan amendment was required to allow for a site-specific policy that would increase the density from between 100 and 200 units per net hectare to 309 units per net hectare for high density. I'll just let me go back here. The zoning bylaw amendment seeks to rezone the subject lands from the C Urban Protected Residential District, the DE2 site-specific S1700 multiple dwelling district, modified, and the A agricultural district to a site-specific DE2 multiple dwelling district in the former City of Hamilton zoning bylaw 6593. The modifications proposed increased height, reduced front, side, flankage, and rear yard requirements, increased floor area ratio, reduced landscaped area, reduced parking stalls, reduced parking size, reduced buffering parking spaces, and modified projections for canopies, terraces, porches, and platforms. The following slides are provided to give you a little more information regarding the surrounding site, the area surrounding the site. This image shows the subject lands at the intersection of Stone Church Road West and West 5th Street, as if you were looking southeast. Moving eastward on Stone Church Road West, we have 73 and 77 Stone Church Road West, which are part of the subject property. Moving further east, we have the St. Mary's Assyrian Church. Here are the townhouses immediately north of the subject site. Here's a look at the properties northwest of the subject site. These are the single detached dwellings. Again, another single detached dwellings that are northwest of the site. This is 1029 West 5th Street. This is part of the subject property. And to the right hand of this building, you can see the 4-story retirement building. Here is the image of the 4-story retirement home, which is directly south of this subject property. These are the townhouses to the west of the subject land. So you're looking at the rear yards of these the townhouses. This is a view looking east along Stone Church Road West. And this is view looking west along Stone Church Road West. Here we have a view looking south along West 5th Street. And here we have a view looking west along West 5th Street. Just to give an overview of the application circulation, this application was circulated to property owners within 120 meters of the subject site, and a sign was placed on the property in accordance with the Planning Act. On September 19, 2019, the applicant hosted an open house regarding the proposal. As part of the application review prior to the appeal, we received 47 written submissions from the surrounding residents, as well as a petition signed by 76 residents with concerns ranging from traffic and parking, notification procedures, overdevelopment, infrastructure and servicing capacity, construction, the tenure of the building, and community benefit and compatibility. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, James. Could you just, for the benefit of the community, just explain where this is in terms of the LPAT proceedings right now? Because council provided direction for this to be opposed at LPAT. So just where are we?
Yes. So in December 8th, we were given the instruction to oppose this at LPAT. There was a case management conference that has occurred, and there is a second case management conference March 2nd. So that's kind of where we are right now.
Thank you. If you can just take your presentation down. I don't know if there's any questions from committee. If not, we'll just need a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Wilson, and I'll second that myself. Thank you. And the agent has, yep. Remember to vote. Vote often, vote early. Vote early, vote often. Councillor Johnson. There we go, got it. Thank you. The agent has advised that they will not be presenting today, but we have two registered delegations from the community. Our first one is Miriam Hanhan. Miriam, if you're there, please turn on your camera. I saw you in the participants.
Good morning, Councilor Danko and members of the committee. Can you hear me okay?
You're very faint.
Oh, no. Okay, I'll try to yell a little bit.
And do you have, sorry, Miriam, do you have video? Or?
No, not having camera, unfortunately. Sorry.
Okay, we're having a really hard time hearing you. So if you can just maybe speak directly to the microphone.
Okay, just let me know if this is any better.
No.
Okay, one moment.
That's better.
Hello?
That's much better.
Is that any better? I'm sorry.
Yes, that is much, much better.
Okay, good morning to everybody. My name is Miriam Hanhan, and I'm a resident at 41 Stone Church Road West. I am directly in between the two churches on Stone Church, and myself and my neighbors definitely oppose this build completely. I sent my concerns to Councillor Danko as well. We feel this is a monster new build that will change the look and the character of our neighborhood. We do have a lot of privacy concerns, the sun shadow impact, the landscaping, the environmental footprint. It definitely is not compatible with anything around us because this looks like it's going to be a bunch of rental homes. And I don't think it's going to suit the area. It also does not line up with the other homeowners on my street that were not mentioned in James's presentation. We're on the other side of St. Mary's Church, and we have 5 other single homes. And a lot of us are long-term residents. My family and I have been here for over 20 years. My neighbor at 37 has been here for 65 plus years, and 33 has been here for over 30. And we do feel like it's just trying to squeeze out everybody that's living here from having a nice single-family home with it's just an overbuild. We do feel like traffic will be a problem. We're concerned with a potential tax increase, and the whole thing fit in with the neighborhood. We understand that if there's townhouses, but this amount of apartment and the height of the building is a big concern.
Sorry, Miriam, we're losing you there. You're really great just for the first half.
Oh, sorry. Sorry
go.
about that. Basically, we're opposed to it being that height, that it's an apartment building. We're concerned with the traffic, and we prefer if it was single-use homes. We're not even really thrilled about the townhouse possibility, but apartments certainly is something we do not want. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Miriam. I have Robert DeHaan also. I didn't see him in the participants. Is he? Okay. Robert, if you're there, please unmute and start your video if you have video. Just an interesting note for committee. Robert DeHaan was my high school physics teacher. Don't see him. Nope. Okay. I didn't see him in the participants list, so we'll assume that he is not present. Just really quickly, Miriam, if you're still listening, if you go to the Ward 8 website, ward8hamilton.ca, there's an article specifically about this application, and we're encouraging you and residents in the area to submit your written correspondence directly to LPAT, which is the most effective way that you can be involved. So if you have any questions on that, please feel free to email me directly, and we can help you out with that. Okay. Thank you. So we're going to move along then. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive the delegations from today. So moved by, I'd like to move this for me, Councillor Wilson. Thank you. And I'll second that myself again. All in favor? Thank you. Councillor Farr, Councillor Pearson, or Councillor Fargo? I don't see Councillor Farr, and I don't see Councillor Pearson. Thank you. And then we've got a number of votes just to go through really quick to finish this out by procedure. So to receive the written submissions, moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by myself. All in favor? See Councillor Pearson's back. Thank you. And then to close the oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay. Next vote is to close the statutory public. Moved again, Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Thank you. And then finally, moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by myself, to approve the recommendations in the report and referring input from today's meeting to staff for a future report back to Planning Committee. All in favor? Thank you. That carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. On to 8.3 is application for zoning bylaw amendments for lands located at 206 and 208 King Street West in Ward 2. Does the committee wish to see the staff presentation? Councillor Farr, yes. Councillor Wilson, yes. Okay. So we have Daniel Barnett. Not hearing you just yet, Daniel. I can see you. No. Clerk suggests unplugging and plugging your headset back in. It's like all electronics, turn it off and turn it back on again, and it works.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Magic.
Okay. All right, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Committee, as well as members of the public and Other interested parties. This is an application for zoning bylaw amendment for the property at 206 and 208 King Street West. The proposed application is to permit a 13-story mixed-use building, which includes a multiple dwelling or 123 dwelling units, as well as 143 square meters of ground floor commercial space along King Street West, as well as 36 parking spaces and one barrier-free. 36 parking spaces in a parking stacker system and one barrier-free parking space. So the subject property is located at the north east corner of King Street and King Street West and Caroline Street North. The property is designated or is identified as Downtown Urban Growth Center in the and designated downtown mixed use area in the Urban Hamilton official plan, and is designated downtown mixed use pedestrian focus and identified as high rise 2 in the downtown Hamilton secondary plan. The proposed mixed use comprises of multi-dwelling commercial uses are permitted in the downtown mixed-use pedestrian focus, and the proposed height of 13 stories or 43.75 meters it does meet the high-rise to height requirements. The subject property is currently has two holding provisions H17, H19, H20. To implement the development, the proposal is changing the use to a site-specific downtown D2, and is keeping the H17 and H19 holding provisions in place, as well as adding a new holding provision H116, which will establish requirements that would need to be lifted before the holding can be removed, including a record of site condition or conditional building permit to get a respect to a record of site condition, as well as documentation and salvage report, as well as an updated pedestrian wind study. So the subject property is, there's currently a 4-story commercial building on the subject property, which is the Hamilton Store Fixture Building at the corner of Caroline Street North and King Street West. To the north of the subject property is an existing 13-story multiple dwelling. To the east is an existing 1-story restaurant and drive-through, and to the south are a vacant site with immediate to the south, and then further beyond that is a 32-story building. To the southwest is a 1-story commercial building, and to the west is a low-rise mixed-use buildings, and to the northwest is a low-rise residential. The subject property, there was currently this is the current subject concept plan for the subject property for the 13-story 123-unit dwelling with ground floor commercial. To give a bit of context, the application went through multiple revisions. The original proposal that was submitted in May of 2017 proposed a 16-story building, 54.6 meters in height, with 120 dwelling units as well as 36 stacked parking spaces, as well as commercial on the ground floor, as well as the second, third, and fourth floors. That proposal also proposed to retain the front portion of the building, and the proposed addition for the 16 stories would be located behind that. Subsequently, the applicant revised their proposal to no longer maintain that front portion, and to basically build a brand new building, again with 116 stories, approximately 55 meters in height, and 120 dwelling units, with again commercial on the ground floor as well as the second, third, and fourth floor. As part of that resubmission, cultural heritage impact assessment was submitted, as well as a structural review, which determined that the building was not structurally sound and recommended the demolition as part of any redevelopment. That report was put forward to the Policy Design Working Group for the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee on October 21st, 2019, and was accepted that report was accepted. Additionally, it was noted in terms of supporting the demolition that the current building, the ground floor is elevated above street level, and maintaining that situation would have made the accessibility of that commercial space more difficult, as well as the viability of the commercial space would be less viable if it was elevated above street level. So the revised proposal will put the commercial along King Street at street grade. In the fall of 2020, there was additional revisions, minor revisions, basically to identify specific commercial uses for the second, third, and fourth floor, as well as adjustments in terms of the number of long-term bike parking spaces, storage lockers, and as well as incorporating restrictions in terms of the types of windows within 3 meters of the easterly property line, to make sure that they were translucent windows so that reduced privacy overlook for any future development located to the east. And then in January 2021, the applicant, the revised concept plan was submitted for 13 stories, 43.75 meters with 123 units. The proposal would no longer include commercial on the second, third, and fourth floor, only commercial on the ground floor, and replacing that with amenity space and additional units. The number of parking spaces is 37 spaces, which includes one barrier-free space, on, as well as the 36 stacked parking spaces. Parking is accessed both by a driveway access off of Caroline Street, as well as access from the private alleyway located immediately to the rear of the subject property, which the applicant has established a legal right to access over. The concept plan also identifies and incorporates the required 5 meter by 5 meter daylight triangle at the corner of King Street and Caroline Street North. So the following is just some floor plans of the proposed development. Specifically the fifth floor floor plans identify the step backs that are being incorporated into the from the property line along King, as well as the property line to the east, to establish the podium proposed in terms of the proposed design. And it is also noted that on the 6th floor and above, the proposed floor cantilevers over the daylight triangle, so they will need to get an encroachment agreement for that encroachment. These are the current elevation plans for the west side of the building along Caroline Street North, and for the south side of the building along King Street West. The proposed design includes a distinctive design for the base of the building for the first 4 floors, which separates the base of the building from the floors above, the 5th through the 13th floor. The step backs are also, as I mentioned, are being provided along King Street and the easterly side lot lines to further define the base of the building. These are the current elevation plans for the east side of the building and the north side of the building. They're not labeled properly, unfortunately, on the concept plan. So this is just a kind of illustration of the stacker system that is being proposed for the subject property. This system does not result in any of this parking spaces being obstructed. So there's not a concern about having to move vehicles out of the way in terms of being able to access. And so this is the photo of the subject property as seen from King Street, or sorry, as seen from Caroline Street looking north. This is a photo of the westerly side of the existing building on the subject property facing Caroline Street, and as well as the rear of the existing building on the subject property, as well as seen again from in this case from Caroline Street North, looking southeast. So this is a photo of the east corner of the subject building, as well as the properties at 216 to 220 King Street, West, which are located to the west of the subject lands, and as seen from King Street, looking northwest. This is a photo of the existing commercial building located immediately to the east at 196 King Street West, as seen from King Street West, looking north. So this is the existing commercial properties located to the southwest at 215, 217, and 235 King Street West, as seen from King Street, looking southwest. So this is the photo of the existing parking area at 193 and 213 King Street West, and the existing tall building located at 22 George Street, as seen from Caroline Street North, looking south. So this is the photo of the existing private alleyway, as well as the 13-story building located at 111 Market Street, located to the rear of the subject property, as seen from Caroline Street, looking east. So this is a photo of the rear of the properties along 216 and 220, the rear of King Street West, and the front of the property at 13 Caroline Street North, as seen from Caroline Street, looking west. And this is again the photo of the subject property, as well as the street along King Street, again looking northeast. Second. So staff received 2 letters of correspondence in response to the proposed development. One letter expressed concerns about the overall height of the building, parking and traffic impacts, specific traffic impacts during construction. And the second letter, which was not opposed to the development, but did express some concerns about potential sun impacts. In terms of height, the proposed property is allowed under the secondary plan to go to a height of 30 stories. And is being proposed at 13 stories, and the zoning bylaw permits a maximum height of 90, whereas the proposal is being proposed at 43.75 meters. The proposal is meeting the requirements of parking under the current zoning bylaw, and they do not need any modifications. They need 35 spaces based on the number of units and the types of units that they're proposing, and they're providing 37 spaces. In terms of traffic impacts, they will be required at the site plan control stage to, if they require to close any streets or disrupt any sidewalks during construction, to get a construction management plan and obtain any road closure permits. And it should also be noted that any kind of traffic impacts would be temporary. And this, as for sun shadow, they did submit a sun shadow impact study as part of the proposal for the 16 stories, 55-meter tall building. And it was demonstrated they met the required 3-hour sun access as required under the Downtown Hamilton Secondary Plan. That was being achieved, and staff were satisfied that the proposed 13-story, 43.75-meter tall building will achieve even greater access, sun and shadow access. In conclusion, staff are recommending that the proposed rezoning application be approved. It is the opinion of staff that the proposed development is consistent with the policies of the planning, the PPS, conforms with the growth plan, and complies with the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and Downtown Hamilton Secondary Plan. The amendment to the City of Hamilton zoning bylaw is appropriate, represents good planning, and facilitates a compatible form of development for the area. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Daniel. And if you can just take your presentation down, I'm sure all of Hamilton is familiar with this site. It's the city's most distinctive decorative siding. Councillor Farr.
True that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions for Daniel. If you could go to photo 2, actually. Which is the southern shot. And with respect to parking, I think you just closed, Daniel, with sharing that we meet the bylaw. There's no issues there. These are smaller units, and the ratios, therefore, are greatly decreased. I see that they've got that stacker system as well. There it is. Okay, but the reality is, when we're talking about 123 units, it is quite possible, in my own experience, I've seen it, where there'll be much more demand locally for parking for occupiers of this unit than what is being supplied. And just again, I have no issue with what's being supplied. But in this shot, you can see to the south, as we head toward the escarpment, the latest of the now 6-phase Rancor development, the football, as I like to call it, shape building, which is near complete. And through you, Mr. Chair, to Daniel, if I'm not mistaken, part of that build, and I think the one prior to it, had contemplated and followed through with providing, I think it was over 500 new public parking spaces. Am I right there?
I'm not totally familiar with that particular project, so I don't know what. I remember hearing something about parking being provided, but I'm not familiar with the number or what the status of that is.
If I can assist Daniel, Steve Robichaud, Chief Planner, the Ward Councillor is correct. Well, that the developments by the Rancor Corporation included a commercial parking facility component, and it provides parking that's available to the general public on either a short or long-term basis in approximately that range that the Ward Councillor said, about 500 parking spaces theoretically could be available to anybody residing in the downtown to lease on either a short or long-term basis to meet their parking needs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve. And you know, it's just an added sense of relief for those who may be on the number of parking spots that are offered in this development to have that option less than half a block away, which I think right on the same street too, Caroline. I think that's good. That said, it's probably Daniel would know that through you, Chair, there are really zero on-street options for anybody who chooses to reside in this building. I mean, we're pretty much right in the heart of the core regulations that wouldn't see any long-term on-street, correct?
That is my understanding, yes, that on-street would be very limited.
And just to the chair's comment, yes, we all know this building well. It's not pretty to look at with the cladding. However, I thought you rightly, working with Franz and Vernon, the owner of the property, took the right path as it relates to heritage. And we found through all of the due diligence over the years, I think since 2016, this has been a file with various machinations throughout that got us to this Planning Committee public meeting today. You know, it's come up from time to time, but engineering and structural issues see that we need to kind of go the route of paying homage to the original heritage. And that's something it appears that has been achieved here. While we'll do the records and send them off to the library, can you speak to, through you, Chair, you know, that I think it's the first 3 floors, that is indeed, can you confirm, paying homage to the building that is underneath that ugly cladding as we see it today?
So yeah, the first 4 floors actually.
4, right?
Yeah, 4 floors. Basically that, or basically what kind of matches kind of the existing scale of the existing building, and then yeah, in terms of the design, that will be paying homage to kind of the kind of character of the existing building, at least existing building under the cladding. And they will be kind of rebuilding that, and then obviously newer design for the upper portions of the building.
Great. And finally, through you, Chair Daniel, you had mentioned with the 2 letters, I mean, that goes to show how well I think we've engaged from a very early history on this particular parcel that are with us in today's public meeting set for approval. That I think somewhere in the midst of the different plans that came and went, we passed and approved our downtown secondary plan, and you had mentioned just on your closing in your presentation that with the downtown secondary plan, 30 stories is permitted. However, just to clarify through you, Chair, given the footprint of this site, it would be next to impossible when we incorporate all those other policies of the plan, correct?
That, through the Chair, that is correct. I mean, the downtown secondary plan and downtown zoning bylaw requirements require, for example, above 44 meters, a 12.5 meter step back from the easterly lot line and the rear lot line, which wouldn't be able to be achieved in this particular case, given the lot size. They would need a bigger lot.
Yeah, obviously, much bigger. Much appreciated. I know that you had this on your desk in various forms for some time, and you've worked collaboratively, I think, overall with our proponent and Franz, his planner. And I look forward to Franz's presentation, who may also go over a little bit of the history on this site. But I believe there were 4 different concepts that got us to the point we're at today, and I know for you it was almost starting from scratch on a couple of those. So I appreciate your work, Daniel, and the presentation, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to ask a few questions.
Thank you, Councillor. So next on our list, I have Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much. Yes, a much watched property. I just have a single question, Daniel. If you could just speak to me about the relationship of the property to the public space out in front.
Sorry, on the front of King Street?
Yeah, thank you.
Sure. Let me just share this again. So the building will be proposed to be located pretty much at the property line along King Street, with the entrance to the commercial space being located on the, basically where the daylight triangle is being proposed, in the kind of cutout portion at the corner of King and Caroline. So that would be the entrance to the commercial space along King Street, and then there would be obviously there'd be like window glazing and windows to the commercial space along King Street. So this is the south elevation, basically, and there would be windows there, and as well as the more glazing at the kind of cutout section for the daylight triangle.
If I could, through you, Chair, to Daniel. So sorry, the footprint, if you will, of the building itself is not changing. So there's no expansion of a public room there.
So yeah, the existing building is located pretty much right at the property line. It's or in very close proximity to the property line, and the building currently takes up the majority of the site, basically. So that would be maintained in terms of the new design. Also, be occupying the majority of the property and located in close proximity to the property line, which is consistent with the current situation with the 4-story building.
Okay, thank you. And I might be getting my reports mixed up. This one did have a number of floors of commercial, which now in this last rendition is now just a single floor on the base of commercial.
That is correct. The original of the previous proposals did include a combination, in cases, office space or other commercial uses that could occupy portions of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor. They've since, in bringing down the building height from 16 stories or 15 stories plus the amenity space on the roof to now bring it down to the 13 stories. They removed the commercial and put in units as well as amenity space in what was formerly the office and other commercial spaces on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor, and now we're only retaining the commercial retail space on the ground floor.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Chair, one last question. Daniel, can you remind me the unit makeup in terms of 1, 2, 3 bedroom again?
Sure. Give me 1 second here. So the current proposal consists of 69 units that are less than 50 square meters, and then 54 units that are greater than 50 square meters, of which 5 of them are 3-bedroom units.
Well, 5's better than nothing. That's great. Thank you. All my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any further questions for Mr. Burnett? Not seeing any. Okay, so I need a mover and seconder to receive the staff presentation, moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? Councillor Ferguson. Seems a little distracted. An animated argument. There we go. Councillor Ferguson. Please vote on the receiving the staff presentation, Councillor. Oh, I'm going for a tour. Councillor Ferguson, were you able to vote? Or just give me a thumbs up? Am I on mute? No, I'm not. Got it. Thanks. That's unanimous. Thank you. We have Franz Kleephofer with AJ Clark and Associates. Franz?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of committee, and thank you, Mr. Barnett, for a fine presentation. I think you did an excellent job in summing up the pertinent matters regarding this particular development. I have reviewed the staff report, and I am supportive of staff's recommendations. I'm happy to answer any questions committee may have.
Any questions from committee? Councillor Farr.
I'm just looking for an opportunity to thank Franz. He was great to work with on this file. It has been some time. I've worked with this particular outside planner on a number of files to date. He knows his stuff. He's diligent with both myself and staff, and obviously with his client in this case. I will ask one question through you to Franz. Will we be able to make it clear to the future residents that they do have those parking options nearby in the form of what is good for a downtown structurally with over 500 plus public parking spots spitting distance away? There you go. One question for you, Franz.
No problem, Councillor Farr, and thank you. I just want to make sure that we're starting from the basis of we are meeting the city's parking requirements based on the suite mix that is before committee right now. We are providing an excess of bicycle parking spaces, and the market that we're really targeting would be that young student, possibly starting off professional, that usually isn't in a position, certainly I wasn't at that point in my life, to own a car. But certainly, if there is an instance that comes up in the future where possibly there is a shortage of a few spaces, you are correct, Councillor Farr. There is public parking options within the area. I think you used the term within half a block. So certainly, any excess demand that goes beyond what we're anticipating can be absorbed into the public parking facilities in the area.
Yeah, thank you. In the event it is required, it'll be good for all of those folks to know, should they also be able to afford a car in addition to one of these units. That's a great answer. And I want to make it clear, Mr. Chairman, I keep bringing this up. I believe there's more than adequate, and it may not seem like a lot when you look at it on paper, 123 units, about 37 spots, but covered with all of that bicycle parking plus 10 outside the unit on mostly city land. Right on a massive major transit route that's only going to get better, I'm sure, over time. I'm not going to mention LRT at this point. But we also are dealing in this area with, not too long ago, about 4 years ago, we had our downtown parking study, and King and Bay was the area of most concern by the consultant at the time. And we worked with Rancor since that parking study, it might have been 5 years ago, to make sure we could more than accommodate the loss at King and Bay, which is imminent, by the way, because there's another huge project coming from McMaster University there. And then right across the street, you'll notice more surface parking that's going to be gone because, as I mentioned earlier, Rancor is going from 5 projects to 6 at that site. So there'll be literally a sea of asphalt gone. Still a need, obviously, in many cases there are needs for parking, but we more than accommodate with the public parking component of the taller builds, and we don't do it in the form of surface. We do it the way you should do it in a downtown, in the form of structural parking as part of a bigger, better development. So thank you. I just wanted to bring that up. Thanks again, Franz. Hopefully we get some support here from committee on this long anticipated and awaited development.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions for the agents? Not seeing any from committee. This is moved by Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Farr, to receive the delegation from the agent? Thank you. And Councillor Partridge and Councillor Pearson. Yep. Carries unanimously. Thank you. I need a mover and seconder to close the meeting. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Collins. Councillor Ferguson, just are you there, Councillor? Here he comes. Thank you. Oh, I think he came back just to vote against. Thanks, Council. That's carried 7-1. And then I need a mover and a seconder that the positions in the staff report were received and considered by the committee in approving the application. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by, I'll second that myself. All in favor or opposed? Thank you. That carries 7-1. And then I need a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations as amended. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Tally on that. And that carries 7-1. Thank you. Sorry, what's the one in the vote if that's not an opposed? Oh, it's absent. Okay, sorry. Carries unanimously. My mistake for reporting that. It's 7-0-1. Anyway, on to 8.4 is application for zoning bylaw amendments for lands located at 9 Westburn Road in Hamilton in Ward 1. Does committee wish to see the staff presentation on this? Councillor Wilson, yes? Okay, so we have Mr. Daniel Barnett once again. I'm going to mute myself here so I can drink coffee, so please remind me when.
Hello, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Committee. This is again Daniel Barnett from Planning. This is an application for zoning bylaw amendment for the property at 9 Westbourne Road in Hamilton. The proposed application is to permit a secondary dwelling unit at the rear of an existing single detached dwelling. The subject property is located on the west side of Westbourne Road north of Main Street and south of Sanders Boulevard. The subject property is identified as being as neighborhoods and designated neighborhoods in the Urban Hamilton Official Plan. And the policies of the Urban Hamilton Official Plan permit secondary dwelling units. The subject property is located is designated low density residential 2 in the Ainswood-Westdale Secondary Plan. The policies of the Ainswood-Westdale Secondary Plan also permit secondary dwelling units. It should also be noted that Bill 108 permits secondary dwelling units within detached accessory buildings accessory to a single family house. That's specifically under section 16.3 of the Planning Act. It should also be noted that under the Planning Act, section 34.19.1 of the Planning Act, no appeals are permitted to the bylaw, giving effect to secondary dwelling units unit policies in Section 1630 of the Planning Act. Additionally, under the Planning Act, the Planning Act establishes requirements for number of, among other things, number of parking spaces that are required for an additional dwelling unit, and specifically 1 parking space is required for each additional dwelling unit. The subject property is currently zoned site-specific CS 1335, CS 1335A, and CS 1788 in the Urban Protected Residential, etc. district. The current zoning does not permit a secondary dwelling unit within an accessory building, and the zoning bylaw amendment is required to permit the secondary dwelling unit, which is permitted by both the Planning Act and the city's official plan and the secondary plan. Staff also note that there was a report in the fall of 2020 respecting a discussion paper for secondary dwelling units in Hamilton, which was brought before the Planning Committee. It is noted the proposed application was applied for prior to that report. However, staff evaluated the proposed secondary dwelling unit against the study and are satisfied that the proposed secondary dwelling unit is generally consistent with that study. There is currently a 1-story single detached dwelling on the subject property. Surrounding the subject lands, there is the following: to the north is single detached dwellings, to the east is single detached dwellings, and to the south is single detached dwellings. Further to the south on Main Street, the corner of Main Street and Westbourne, is a low-rise apartment, and to the west is an existing vacant land, formerly an educational establishment. This is the concept plan that was applied for, submitted by the applicant, back in August of 2020. This concept was provided prior to the discussions with the applicant pertaining to limiting the number of parking spaces to be in accordance with Bill 108 and the Planning Act. The small portion of the proposed secondary dwelling unit will be used specifically in the northeast corner. Will be used for a shed for storage for both the principal and secondary dwelling units. It should also be noted that the that the proposed GFA of both the principal and secondary dwelling units will not exceed the maximum gross floor area under the current zoning of 45%. They'll have a GFA of approximately 44%, and therefore no modification to that particular provision will be required, and that particular provision will be carried forward into the new bylaw. Just briefly, this is a grading plan that was also shows the kind of changes that are being proposed in respect to the parking, specifically moving the location of the parking. Yeah, so there's previously no parking space in front of the house. Now they're proposing to put the parking space in front of the house and widening the existing driveway. This is the added benefit of increasing the amount of green space both in the side yard as well as in the rear yard for the subject property. This is the floor plan of the proposed secondary dwelling unit. So the existing grayed out area is the existing garage, which is about 34.9 square meters in size. And the proposed addition is approximately 53.8 square meters in size for a total of about 88.7 square meters, with about 1.3 square meters being for the proposed shed here. And it's for storage for both the dwelling units. So this is the elevation plans that are being proposed for the secondary dwelling unit. You'll notice the garage door at the front on the front facade or front elevation. That garage door is for the shed component or storage component, and the proposed building is a 1-story building in terms of its height. So this is the existing photo of the subject, of the existing building, the subject property, seen from Westbourne Road looking west. It's, as characteristic of most of the area, is a 1-story bungalow. This is a photo of the existing driveway, and you can see the existing garage located towards the rear of the property, and this is looking west. And I should also point out that the 2 parking spaces for the principal unit will be located in the on the existing driveway on the side of the building, and then the proposed new space would be located in front under that the window of that you can see on the front facade. So this is the properties at 11 and 15 Westbourne, located to the north of the subject property, as seen from Westbourne Road looking northwest. This is the photo of the property at 7 Westbourne, located immediately to the south of the subject property, looking west. This is the photo of 1 and 5 Westbourne Road, located further to the south of the subject property, as seen from Westbourne Road looking southwest. This is the photo of 8 and 9 Westbourne Road, located across the street from the subject property looking east. This is a photo of 4, 6, and 8 Westbourne Road, as well as 1612 Main Street West, located across the street to the southeast of the subject property. Back to the concept plan. So staff received 8 letters of correspondence in response to the initial circulation for the proposed development. The letters identified the identified number of issues, including parking, traffic, increases in student residence, as well as character of the area. In terms of parking, the proposed a concern was raised that there was not going to be sufficient parking, and there would be increased demands for parking that would spill over into the area and into the neighborhood. As per the direction outlined in the Planning Act, 1 parking space is required for the secondary dwelling unit, which is being provided, and the existing principal dwelling is required to have 2 spaces, which will also be provided. Therefore, adequate parking will therefore be provided for the proposed development. In terms of traffic, concern was raised that the proposed development would create traffic or increase traffic impacts on the surrounding area. Given the size and as well as the number of parking spaces being proposed, the proposed increase in terms of traffic is going to be minor. In terms of increases in student residence, a concern was raised that the proposed development would further expand student residences in the area, where a large number of such residences already exist, which would create further nuisance impacts to the area. It should be noted that the zoning bylaw does not regulate who can live in a particular dwelling unit. Furthermore, given the size of both the principal dwelling unit and the secondary dwelling unit, the number of potential bedrooms and occupants would be restricted, as well as by keeping the 45% gross floor area ratio. Any further expansions to both either the principal dwelling or the secondary dwelling would come up against that and would require further modifications to the bylaw. In terms of character, the proposed secondary dwelling unit is located in the rear, so there would be limited changes to the streetscape character of the area, and the existing setbacks that are being proposed in the site-specific bylaw are to recognize the existing side yard and rear yard setbacks of the existing garage, as well as obviously match those into the new addition. Again, the height is 1 story, so there would be a limited impact in terms of privacy overlook because there would be no second story for any windows looking over into adjacent properties. And then finally, in terms of the proposed development, that it is a use permitted both in the Planning Act as well as the Urban Hamilton official plan. In conclusion, staff are recommending that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment be approved. It is the opinion of staff the proposed development complies with the direction laid out in the Planning Act, is consistent with the policies of the provincial policy statement, conforms to the growth plan, and complies with both the Urban Hamilton official plan and Ainswood and Westdale secondary plan. The amendment to the city's zoning bylaw is appropriate, represents good planning, and facilitates a compatible form of development for the area. That concludes my presentation. I would happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Questions for staff? Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that. Your presentation was very thorough and answered a lot of the questions that have been put out by some of the residents, but I just would like to summarize if that's okay. I know they're following this. You stated in your remarks that the proposal is in keeping with the UHOP, but not with the present zoning for the land. Can you just clarify that, please?
Yeah, so the Urban Hamilton official plan allows for secondary dwelling units. However, the zoning bylaw restricts secondary dwelling units to conversions under Section 19 of the bylaw, which only permits conversions within existing principal dwellings. So having a detached secondary dwelling unit isn't permitted in the current zoning bylaw. And this basically would implement kind of the direction that is set up out in both the Planning Act as well as the official plan and secondary plans.
Thank you. And you did clarify that this application was received in advance of the consultation with respect to secondary dwelling units. And although we don't have a policy on that, you applied the principles of that to this. Could you just explain that, please?
So yes, in terms of the principles that, or the kind of direction was laid out in that a fall report, that was reviewed as part of our evaluation of this proposed secondary dwelling unit and some of the requirements that in terms of allowing the property on the building on site, as well as the size, restrictions in terms of size and location are consistent with kind of that direction that was set out.
Okay, further to that, if you could just clarify, my understanding of that SDU study was that if you were to allow a second dwelling unit, it had to be proportionate to the land as a in total, so limiting a second dwelling unit to 50 square meters with a lot area of 200 to 270 meters. Now this accessory building is seeking to add, I think, 53.8 square meters to what is an existing garage. So it is increasing the footprint of that garage, but you're saying it's still proportional because the lot size is 503 meters. Can you walk through that, please?
So yes, the lot through the through the chair, the lot is a lot bigger than your typical like 270 square meter lot that would be permitted under Section 19, and it's just a little over 500 square meters in size, and the proposed building is obviously larger than 50 square meters. The addition alone is more than 50 square meters, but the proposed and as I noted in my report, in my comments, basically because of the size of the principal dwelling and the proposed addition combined, they have a gross floor area of less than 45% of the gross floor area of the lot. So on that basis, they do, it is proportionate in terms of its size and appropriate in size.
Okay, thank you. And just to go to the macro concept or principle here, this is, of course, Ainsleewood North. It is a neighborhood that is saturated with student housing. Unfortunately, a lot of absentee landlords who are not particularly keen on keeping their property up to snuff, nor their sidewalks plowed. There is a concern that this will create a precedent in a neighborhood where there's a lot of illegal units. But I think you're saying that in Bill 108, yes, this will be a precedent because municipalities have to enable accessory buildings like this as long as they meet certain qualifications. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes. So through the chair, the new direction of the planning of the provincial government through the Planning Act in terms of Bill 108 is allowing for secondary dwelling units, kind of in a general principle of in terms of both within existing buildings as well as within accessory detached structures, which is basically this is seeking to implement basically through a rezoning kind of in advance of the city's bringing forward a kind of a general bylaw to kind of implement Bill 108.
Right, so we're mandated to do so, and this is just coming in advance of ours. I have just two final questions. How will the accessory building be serviced in terms of its water and sewer?
So my understanding is that they can't have their own separate connection to the street. They would have to connect by way of the existing servicing laterals that they have for the existing house.
Can you help me understand that? Because I thought that is not permitted in a laneway house, is it? Or is it not? I thought that was the issue we ran into on Aberdeen on the sort of the pioneer laneway.
So I'm not familiar with that particular example, but my understanding is that there's not a desire to have separate laterals, to have basically separate independently functioning lots. They're supposed to basically be accessory to the principal dwelling, and therefore they tie into tie into those services.
Okay, thank you. One final question: do we know how many units, bedrooms, are in the principal dwelling?
I do not know how many are in the principal dwelling. I know their plans for the proposed dwelling are identifying approximately 4 bedrooms, but I have talked with the applicant. He's amenable to going down by 1 or 2 bedrooms if necessary, but I'll leave that to the applicant to kind of outline that further.
4 bedrooms in the accessory?
Let me just share the. So basically the on the kind of right hand side of the accessory building, there are basically 4 separate bedrooms identified basically in their drawings.
So you're providing 1 parking spot for 4 unit, an accessory building with 4 bedrooms?
That is, yeah, and that's based on what the requirements of the Planning Act specifically regulates, saying we can require 1 space per secondary dwelling unit based on the Planning Act provisions.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion? No, seeing none. So you need a mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Danko. All in favor? Thank you. Is that everybody? Yep. Thank you. That carries. I have the where are we here? The owner applicants, Joseph D. Donato and Sven Opperman. Joseph and Sven, if you're there, please turn on your video and your audio.
Hello.
There we go.
Is that working?
I can hear you.
Okay, good, good.
There you are.
This is Sven, by the way. Good morning. Good morning.
Yep. Okay, I can see you both.
Excellent.
Oh, I can see you. Yeah, and Sven, you're just audio?
Oh, hang on. Does that work?
I can hear you. What? No problem, but I don't see you. But that's okay. You can do just audio if you like, or.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it seems to be working. You can hear me at any rate.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
Now, are we supposed to answer questions?
If you have anything that you'd like to tell committee, you can. Otherwise, I can open up the floor to questions.
Okay, Joe.
I think Daniel did a good job explaining our proposal. I guess we can take any questions from the floor.
Okay. And I just, before I do that, I need to hear from you that you are in support of the staff report.
We are.
Thank
yes.
You. Okay, so any questions from committee? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you tell me how many units are in the principal dwelling, please?
There are 4 in the principal dwelling.
4 bedrooms?
Yes.
So therefore 4 tenants?
Yes.
Okay. And how many bedrooms will be in the accessory building?
We are looking at, our drawings show 4, but we are considering making it 3 just to make them a bit more spacious.
Yeah, basically we've been working with Daniel to try and conform to whatever, the building code would be, right? Originally, the whole purpose of this originally, believe it or not, was just to expand the garage for storage because a tree had fallen on it from a neighboring property. And now we're basically at converting it to a dwelling. So we're amenable, obviously, to any of the suggestions that Daniel has. We've been working, I think, about 2 years on this now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Ward 1 office is somewhat familiar with your activity on the building in advance of getting permissions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, at that point, we were expanding a garage, right? It has now turned into this. Obviously, if that's what we had set out to do, we would have applied in advance.
Thank you. Can you speak to how you propose the lateral work will be done while keeping the parking as it is? Do you have a plan for that?
Yes, the drain is going to come from the backyard around the side of the house and tie in to the main drain that leads to the curb on our property. And the gas and electricity is already run to the garage. There's a 100 amp pony panel service in the garage presently, and gas will be dug in a trench as well as a 3/4 inch line from the existing dwelling for water.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any questions further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen, this morning. I'm on the floor, the layout of the addition on the garage. Just clarify to me. So I'm assuming you're proposing 3 or 4 bedroom, and is there a common area, or does the common area become the main house? Because I'm not seeing anything here other than it looks like a washroom.
Yes, well, the common area would be, if you're looking, I guess
the front left of the building.
Yeah, the front left of the building, the east of the bathroom.
Yep. I see that.
Okay.
I see a washroom, and I think the other part is is it furnace, if I'm not mistaken? The other side is utility room. And then off of that will be the bedrooms, correct?
Yes.
So if they want any amenity space as far as kitchen services, they wouldn't have any.
No, kitchen would be part of the common area. The kitchen would be adjacent to the bathroom.
Okay. It's the whole front left quadrant. The front left quadrant of the proposed building is all a big room.
Common area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, common area. Okay, I just couldn't tell by the lines here what it meant. So if that's common area, then the 2 front parcels, the one to the addition of the existing garage and the one left of that, those are where you proposed 2 or 3 bedrooms?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Thank you,
No
Mr.
problem.
Chairman.
Thank you. Any further questions from committee? Nope, not seeing any. Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder to receive the delegate. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Danko. All in favor? I see approved from Councillor Collins in the chat. Thank you. And Councillor Wilson? Yep. Okay. And Councillor Johnson, were you able to vote? Thumbs up. Thank you. And then I need a mover and carries unanimously. I need a mover and a seconder to receive the written submissions. Moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Johnson, are you assume? Yeah, got everybody. Thank you. That's unanimous. Thank you. And then a move to close the public meeting. Moved again by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Thank you. That's unanimous. And then finally, I need a mover and a seconder that the public submissions were received and considered by the committee in approving the application. So this is for the actual report. Moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor, who'd like to second. Put it on the floor, Councillor Wilson, and then discussion on the staff recommendation. Is there any discussion? No? Oh, sorry, Councillor Pearson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess everybody seems to be a bit quiet on this because this is an anomaly, and I'm assuming this is something we're going to see coming forward more frequently, as far as infill and the more homes, more choices being direction from the province. And you know, I do have qualms and concerns about this, because this is really, and I had it even when we were dealing with the, allowing secondary units on a property, that this is really going to change the fabric of neighborhoods big time, because these aren't people normally. I mean, this is the first instance where it's going to be a rental adjoining a main rental building, but I'd be curious as to how more applications are going to come forward, because it certainly will be an interesting change to our home landscapes. But I understand where this is going. I know that we have to support and encourage this, and but I am going to do it with with biting my lip, Mr. Chairman, if I can say it that way, because it does concern me. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Any further discussion from committee? Not seeing any. Could I just hand the chair over to Councillor Johnson quickly here? Just a couple comments from myself. Obviously, this is a student housing area. This is most likely going to be used as student housing. And just in principle, having 4 students live in a garage just seems not the way that we want to move forward as a city. In addition to that, however many students are going to be living in the principal residence, I mean, if they're paying $300 in rent each, that's $1,200 a month for having 4 kids live in your garage. Now, I can see this, in Ward 8, obviously we have similar problems, and we're not able to differentiate between who's renting, but let's call a spade here. We know who's going to be renting this kind of conversion in these areas. And so I am concerned with the kind of precedent moving forward, understanding that through the provincial regulations, we really don't have much choice once that's in place. But I think what it speaks to me anyway is the need for rental licensing to make sure that these kind of units are built to building code, that they're licensed, that they're inspected, and that it's not just 4 students living in a garage, basically. So overall, just kind of concerned with the density and how the properties, particularly in areas that already are highly impacted by that population. It's just going to make things that much worse than it already is. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. And then I'll call the vote then if there's no further discussion. Oh, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I'd really like to thank the previous two councillors for sharing their concerns and their misgivings. Trying to relay to the neighborhood and to the residents who remain in this very old part of Hamilton that municipalities, including this one, are going to be mandated to allow secondary dwelling units. These, on principle, it is the quickest and easiest way in which to get rental units on the market during this time of an affordable housing crisis. It's also a valuable tool in which to try and intensify and save our green space. Those are all the pluses on paper. It's imperfect when we try and do it in reality, especially in neighborhoods like this one and on the one that was on Fairholt. Neighborhoods that are already carrying a lot of density. These are, in fact, small businesses where you're getting students living in some occasions, questionable living arrangements. And they, as a consequence, are driving up the assessment base of Ward 1 in buildings that you would think should go for a good song because nothing has been done to them, but they go for a good price because they are rental units with many, many students in them. And the residents who remain in this neighborhood take care of this neighborhood. They have been in this neighborhood for some of them 40 to 50 years, and they have seen a significant change in that neighborhood during that time. And just like any ecology, it's out of balance. So they like the students, but they are tired of landlords not doing their part in terms of property maintenance, shoveling your walk, picking up your garbage. So that is the exhaustion. And so to have 4 students crammed into a garage, which the design is not exactly aesthetically pleasing, is just another bang to this neighborhood. But on principle, this is what we're allowing and we're going to allow moving forward. It is my hope that you'll have these opportunities throughout the city. So I appreciate the time of committee listening to me. I understand the feelings of the residents, but this is something that staff are recommending and which is being enabled in our planning documents from the province on down. I support that in principle. It's the application which sometimes is not palatable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No further discussion. Go to the vote on this. I believe it was Councillor Partridge and Councillor Wilson. Thank you. That carries 6-2. And then finally, I need a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations. Moved by, who'd like to move this? Anybody? Don't all jump in at once. Councillor Pearson and Councillor Partridge, thank you. And that carries 6-2. Thank you. Just wondering if committee would like to take a quick break for lunch. We have 8.5, which is another application, and then 10.1, which we've already heard, but I imagine we'll have some similar discussion. What does committee feel like? Do you want to take a break or do you want to keep going? Councillor Johnson, keep going. I'd like to give our clerks here a bit of time off. It was tough getting in this morning for sure, so I think they'd like to have a bit of a The lunch break, yeah.
Thank
So
you for
it's-
your time this morning.
Thank you. So it's 11:45 now. Why don't we reconvene at 12:15 if that works for everybody? Okay. Do I need a thing to motion to recess? Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? I see Chad approves lunch. Thank you, Chad. Councillor Collins. I can't get over to the other. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so we'll see everybody back at 12:15. Quorum. One, two, three, four. One more. And that's 5. We do have quorum. We're live? Okay. We're going to reconvene. Planning Committee, we are on item 8.5. Applications for Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment for lands located at 211 and 225 John Street South and 78 Young Street in Hamilton Ward 2. This committee wish to see the staff presentation. Yes. Yep. Okay. We have Mark Keller.
Good afternoon, Chair. Am I coming through clearly?
Yes, you are, sir.
Thank you. And the presentation is up?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Good afternoon again, Chair, members of committee, members of public, and staff in attendance. My name is Mark Kaler. I'm a planner with the Planning Division, and I'm presenting an application for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment at 211 and 225 John Street South and 78 Young Street in Hamilton. The subject lands occupy an entire block bordered by John Street South to the west, Young Street to the north, Catherine Street South to the east, and Forest Avenue to the south in the Corktown neighborhood. The property is currently occupied by a one-story commercial plaza constructed in the mid-1980s and 2 late 19th century detached buildings that are included in the city's inventory of buildings of historical interest. The neighborhood context includes lower profile residential and commercial uses to the north and northeast, and mid to high-rise multiple dwellings ranging in height from 10 to 14 stories to the west, east, and south. The prevailing heights of the neighborhood increase to the southeast of the site, including 2 21-story multiple dwellings and a 32-story multiple dwelling further to the southeast. The site is located approximately 200 meters south of the Hamilton Go Center and the downtown Hamilton Urban Growth Center. The lands are within the neighborhood's element of the urban structure in the official plan that recognizes that each neighborhood has a unique scale and character and permits development that is compatible with the existing neighborhood character. The lands are designated mixed-use medium density, which is a designation applied to traditional Main Street areas outside of downtown, and permits mixed-use mid-rise development with a maximum height of 6 to 8 stories. The council-approved zoning for the site is C5, or mixed-use medium density, which permits commercial and residential development with a maximum building height of 22 meters. The applicant's proposal is for a mixed-use development consisting of a 27-story multiple dwelling at the southeast corner of the site and a 14-story mixed-use building along John Street South attached to an 8-story multiple dwelling along Young Street. A total of 769 dwelling units, 929 square meters of commercial space, and 462 underground parking spaces are proposed, representing a parking rate of 0.6 parking spaces per dwelling unit. Also proposed are 385 long-term bicycle parking spaces, or 0.5 bicycle parking spaces per unit. The concept includes a north-south mid-block connection and an east-west connection via residential lobby and an outdoor open space. Retail units are proposed along John Street South, and at-grade units are proposed facing Catherine Street South and Young Street at the base of the 8-story multiple dwelling. Setbacks and stepbacks are proposed along all street lines to reduce the visual impact of the building, maintain views to the site to the Niagara Escarpment, and reduce shadow, particularly on the lower scale residential neighborhood to the north and northeast. So here's a view of the site from the east, the 27-story multiple dwelling, and then you can see the 8-story along Yonge Street with step backs above the 6-story. Here's a view from the south, which would be looking towards the, this is a view of the south elevation. You can see the 14-story multiple dwelling and the 27-story multiple dwelling with the 8-story behind. And here's a view from the John Street, the west elevation. You can see the base building with step backs above, overall height of 14 stories, but it steps back down to a 6-story height further to the north to kind of reflect the scale of the neighborhood and also reduce shadow towards the north. And this is a view from Yonge Street, the north elevation. And you can see the 8-story multiple dwelling with the at-grade units and the mid-block connection. And this would be a view towards the Niagara Escarpment. So there is an ability to have views through the site. And this is just a massing model of the proposal in context. You can see the neighboring multiple dwellings. And you can see the heights increasing towards the southeast. So here's a view of the site from the intersection of John Street South and Yonge Street. You can see the two existing 19th century buildings. One is occupied by commercial use at grade. It has a residential apartment above, and the second is a vacant single detached dwelling. Here's a view of the site from John Street South and Forest Avenue. You can see the 1-story plaza with surface parking in front. And this is a view of the back of the site from Catherine Street South and Forest Avenue, and from Catherine Street South and Yonge Street. This is the adjacent multiple dwelling to the west. It's a 14-story, which roughly aligns with the height of the building along John at the highest point. This is development to the south and southeast. You can see the taller buildings to the southeast, and then directly across the street is lower scale. Some of them are occupied by medical or commercial offices. Others are just dwellings. This is the multiple dwelling directly to the east. It's 10 stories. And then to the north and northeast is a lower scale residential neighborhood. Directly across the street is this 3-story townhouse development. And this is John Street, lower scale commercial corridor towards the north. So staff are supportive of the revised proposal based on the gradation of building heights on site and setbacks and stepbacks that result in a built form that is compatible with adjacent buildings. The proposal maintains the commercial function of John Street South and provides for residential intensification in proximity to downtown Hamilton and the Hamilton Go Center. The proposed parking rate of 0.6 parking space per unit can be supported based on the proximity of the site to transit and the provision of long-term bicycle parking on site. Staff received 7 letters from residents following circulation of the initial application, and staff have also reviewed the letters that were added to the agenda for today. The original application was for a 2-tower development that included a 31-story tower at the southeast corner of the site and a 34-story tower at the northwest corner. The applicant has addressed concerns regarding scaling massing by revising the proposal to include 1 tower at the southeast corner of the site, reducing shadow impacts, improving views to the site, and providing for transition to adjacent buildings. In addition, the proposed parking rate is being increased from 0.44 parking spaces to 0.6 parking spaces per unit. Concerns regarding cultural heritage are addressed in a cultural heritage impact assessment submitted by the applicant that has been accepted by staff and the Policy and Design Working Group of the Heritage Committee. The assessment concluded that the loss of the existing heritage buildings is mitigated by the reanimation of the underutilized site. In addition, a documentation and salvage report will be required as a condition of holding removal to ensure heritage elements of the existing 19th century buildings are documented documented and reused where feasible. Staff recognize that the existing plaza provides commercial amenity to area residents. The proposed concept includes commercial space along John Street South, and the C5 zone permits a range of commercial uses, including food retail. Staff are recommending approval of the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment and are satisfied that the proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to the growth plan. The proposed development complies with the function, permitted uses, and design policies of the mixed-use medium-density designation. The scale of development is appropriate for the neighborhood that features a mix of commercial and low to high-rise residential development. The applicant has an active LPAT appeal of the council-approved C5 zoning for the site. Therefore, staff are recommending that the bylaw, if approved by council, not come into effect until the owner withdraws their appeal. And legal staff are in attendance to answer any questions about that. That concludes my presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Keeler. Is there any questions for staff? I have Councillor Farr. It's the Farr Show.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mark, for not only this presentation, but being there for me and everyone else throughout this development. It's obviously a massive downtown footprint. It's not under the downtown secondary plan purview, but I'm wondering through the chair if you can explain how you used the downtown secondary plan to inform what's before us.
And Mark, if you just wouldn't mind taking that in your presentation.
Okay.
Unless you're going to refer to something in there.
Through the chair, you're correct. The policies in effect for the site are not the downtown policies. So we did review the application against the neighborhoods policies of the urban structure and then the mixed use medium density designation. This being a tall building, however, we did use some of the best practices from the downtown Hamilton tall building guidelines to inform our review. In particular, with relation to building height, we wanted to keep that principle that no building exceed the height of the escarpment, and then in terms of shadow impacts and step backs, we used some of those best practices as well, but adapted them to this this context because the Cork 10 neighborhood is its own unique scale and character.
Sorry, Councillor, I think you're on mute.
Thank you. I'm breathing heavy. I thought I could get in half an hour of snow shoveling instead of lunch. That was a bad idea. For Mark or Director Robichaud, the second question through you, there was some very unique engagement. I'll get into it a little bit later, probably with the proponent on this particular site. It went very early. It was more of a charrette style, not at all required, but 2 public meetings in advance of what's before us here. Those, Mark, you're well aware, and Director Robichaud, and as you mentioned in your presentation, 2 towers. Those 2 towers made it possible for pretty much double the retail footprint, and ultimately from that engagement there was a lot of I would say almost unanimity from the 10 or 12 folks that showed up to that meeting. Maybe it was a little more, but regardless, that a grocery store, a large-scale grocery store, was desirable. That said, and a lot of conversations with you and others between the time the report come out that's before us today and since that original meeting, if we were to revert back to what staff is not recommending, that original 2-tower concept, can you give us a sense in this pending recovery stage for all of the city and the world, just how long that might take? Is that a back to the drawing board sort of exercise, 6 months, a year? What would that entail if we were to go back and try to look at the original concept of the 2 towers? The density is essentially the same, but the 2 towers is something completely different. Yeah, sorry, Steve. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Based on Steve Robichaud, Chief Planner, based on current workload volume and other commitments, as well as the amount of time to do sort of that technical review and develop the planning instruments, I would estimate that we would probably be a minimum 6 months and probably closer to a year before this matter would come back to Planning Committee. And that would be just enable us to do a full and proper review of the application, craft a new zoning bylaw, require any additional information, studies, or reports from the applicant, and then prepare the report, schedule a public meeting, and bring this forward. So 6 months optimistically, but I would anticipate probably 12 months before we would be back in front of Planning Committee with a revised recommendation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Steve. Good to know. And I'm not sure if this is for Mark, maybe legal. On page 4 of 37 of this report, the first appendices of the many, under legal, in the final paragraph, and Mark, you did hit on this, it reads, the staff recommended approval of the zoning application is in effect a negotiated settlement that will be implemented through adoption of a site-specific official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. Don't see that often in a staff report where we're being told in this public report that we can approve this here today, essentially, and ultimately settle that CMU appeal. I know it's not the only CMU appeal out there, but can I get a little more clarity on that, whether it's you or Michael or Patrick or whoever from legal, through you, Chair.
Thank you. Who's in the meeting from legal? Senior Patrick.
Thank you. So through the chair, council, there's two items there that kind of play into this. The first is that well, there's an OPA before a committee today. The appeal of the OPA associated with the CMU zoning that the applicants made, in the city's view, it's a moot point. They've maintained their appeal, obviously, to preserve their rights. I won't speak to them fully on that because that's for the applicant to speak to. But basically, the OPA before council today is basically amending OP policies that are already in place and weren't affected by the CMU. So there's nothing precluding that from coming forward. And second, yeah, you're correct for the chair that this is not typical, but there's nothing precluding an applicant from bringing forward an application and having it be reviewed publicly rather than resolving it through an existing LPAT appeal. So again, that's on the applicant's purview, but there's nothing wrong with it happening publicly. And in terms of the impact on their appeals, again, I can't speak specifically to whether what position they'd be taking because that's for them to take. But you know, the staff would be correct that there's this would obviously impact their LPAT appeal in our view.
Excellent. Thank you. And I'm guessing through you, Chair, just a subsequent, nothing prevents in the presentation from the planner or the applicant here today them speaking to this item. Nothing prevents them speaking to what you've described as a moot point.
Through the chair, no. Subject to them getting independent legal advice on their appeal, there's nothing wrong with them speaking to anything, provided it's not covered by without prejudice discussions between the city and their lawyer on the CMU.
Okay. Finally, Mr. Chair, through you to Mark. And back to that grocery store, really a lot of conversation from the early going and even in recent days, obviously, on that. I'm in agreement. I think the proponent will tell you that they are as well. This is a bit of a food desert. It's a highly densified neighborhood. The whole south side of Ward 2, as a matter of fact, isn't served by a grocery store. There's currently that Hasty Market on site, which is, I think, approximately 5,000 square feet. It does offer the amenities that some may be looking for to prepare quick meals, and obviously has more of a convenience store flair, or a good element of convenience store flair. So just on that, obviously there's ground floor retail as part of this approval process. Through you, Chair, a grocery store is among the retail that may be contemplated and ultimately put in place, correct?
Through the chair to the council, that's correct. It would be a permitted use retail. It's just a general use in the bylaw, so it is a permitted use in the C5 zone.
But for the record, through you, Chair, and I need confirmation because it is my understanding. I spoke to Shannon actually about this a couple of times. We are not, it's not in our purview as a local government to dictate that specific grocery store use. Through you.
Well, in this case, well, no, in terms of the way our bylaw is written, it just has retail as a permitted use. There's also no minimum amount of retail they have to provide. So from a zoning perspective, in terms of this amendment, there's no amendments to the retail provisions other than parking, which we've eliminated the minimum requirement, similar to how it is downtown, which will give a bit more flexibility. But in terms of the actual use permissions, there's no changes requested through this application. So it's not something we could change, I guess.
Through you, Chair, again, last questions for my clarity here. You just said no minimum amount of retail. Were you speaking, you weren't speaking to square footage there, were you? What were you? I'm sorry.
That's correct. That. The existing C5 zone for the site does not have a minimum retail. Notwithstanding that the applicant has proposed retail, yeah, it's not. We can't dictate if they provide 2,000 or 1,000. It's not part of this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next on the speakers list, we have Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And a question to the planning staff. It struck me, and it started to get into my mind that back at the King and Caroline application, now this, and that there seems to be a big rush again for condominium facilities or apartment facilities in the downtown area. And as long as I've been on council, we've been trying to get the recycled rate for garbage above the 50% level, up to preferably to 75%. And the villain's always been multi-res, that they don't have the capacity to handle 3 different types of garbage system, being garbage, blue box, and green bin. Will these new buildings be equipped with 3 chutes for those 3 different types, or 3 storage areas that a resident can bring their recycled material down to, so we can help move that percentage of recycling up in the city?
Through the chair to the councillor, I think that might be best directed to the applicant. Unless Steve, sorry, I saw you.
Sorry, no, I can just advise the councillor, Steve Robichaud, speaking. Our public works colleagues have been working with the development industry liaison group and the what used to be the Hamilton Halton Home Builders in terms of developing new standards around waste collection for both ground-related multiple family and high-rise multiple family dwellings, with the intent of PW staff are looking at bringing forward new standards and guidelines to address that particular issue that the councillor raised in terms of how we manage that sort of 3 streams of waste, and to ensure that new development is designed to accommodate the city's preference or the city's standards for those sort of 3 streams of waste management. So the short answer is we are moving in that direction, and PW staff hope to have updated guidelines and standards that will then be implemented through the zoning or through the site plan and condominium stage to ensure that we're moving forward in that direction. Thank you.
So, Steve, through you, Mr. Chairman, Steve, so you're saying that it's not a requirement of this rezoning that they have 3 waste streams in these high-rise multi-res?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, it's never been a zoning requirement. In some cases, applicants have had the option to opt out of municipal waste collection, and then how they manage that waste collection will be at their discretion. It's my understanding that the intent is that all development will be subject to requiring municipal waste collection on a go-forward basis to ensure that they're meeting those requirements. But before they've just PW staff have wanting to be working with the development industry in terms of crafting and developing specifically what those requirements would be. As you can appreciate, a lot of that will simply be just how do you move heavy equipment in and out of that site to have for that loading and unloading of the garbage bins and containers, and ensuring that the sites are designed to accommodate on-site garbage collection using municipal vehicles or municipal equivalent vehicles, as opposed to allowing, in some cases, applicants right now can opt out of municipal waste collection, and then how it gets disposed of is that the applicant and the contractor's responsibility.
Well, ultimately the condominium corporation, but
correct.
I'm surprised because this has been a problem that's been hanging around for well over 10 years. And the answer we always got is that there's only 1 garbage chute in every one of these high-rise facilities or multi-residential facilities. And it's not convenient for either the condominium owner or the tenant to, first of all, take the other 2 waste streams to a basement area, and then the owners don't want to put it in. I'm surprised we're not specifying, to make it easier, that we have 3 chutes in every one of these buildings. And go ahead, Steve.
No, and exactly in response to that concern, that's why PW or staff are developing new guidelines and standards that'll be very specific and will be implemented on a go-forward basis. They're still in a bit of a transition period at this point in time, but it's my understanding that they're hoping to reach a consensus or resolve this sort of the consultation and discussions and bring this forward as quickly as possible for implementation. It's dealing both, you can recall a couple months ago, we had that project in your ward, councillor, about curbside versus coming into the townhouse project to pick up garbage.
Correct.
So they want to deal with it from that scale right to the mid to the high rise buildings and how waste collection is factored into the design of the units from the beginning, because that's the other problem. Like you said, it's either old buildings and retrofitting them or new buildings can't accommodate the heavy vehicles coming and going from the site to deal with the waste management issue.
Is there something that under the Planning Act we can specify, like make an amendment on this one that they have 3 garbage chutes?
It's not necessarily the 3 garbage chutes. It's more ensuring that they have adequate loading and maneuvering on site to accommodate those sorts of vehicles. Our transportation planning colleagues have worked with the applicants to ensure that the design of this site has adequate on-site loading and maneuvering, so that shouldn't be an issue. Normally, it's not within a zoning bylaw in terms of requiring that they have 3 streams for garbage collection. What we do require, though, through is at the site plan stage and then at the condominium stage is where we deal with them, ensuring that it's designed and configured such for that on-site waste collection. So it's more appropriate dealt with through the site plan and condominium phases of the approvals. Thank you.
But up to now, Steve, my last question, Mr. Chair. But right now, we're not enforcing this at site plan stage, are we?
It's my understanding that applicants have the option of they can elect out of municipal waste collection. But the intent moving forward is that PW will remove that opting out provision and require that the sites be designed and facilitate and deal or use municipal waste collection, and that'll deal with this one issue.
I get that part, Steve, but I'm thinking of that individual tenant or home or condominium owner. If he's up 25 floors, it's so much more convenient just to throw everything down the one garbage chute. Where if when it was being built, we put in 3 or at least 2, it comes a long ways to try to help us with our diversion rate.
I believe that is part of that design requirement, that if they're having those multiple waste streams, then the garbage rooms be designed from the beginning to have multiple chutes, and that the unit from that's been the issue. It's, they're designed, you're right, they're designed with 1 chute. Instead, it's more appropriate to design it with multiple chutes to deal with that multiple waste collection from day 1 as opposed to the retrofit.
But it will not be specified here.
Not at this point in time. Like I said, PW staff are still in consultation with the development industry and other stakeholders as to what these standards will be. And then once they get adopted by council, then all new development will be required to adhere to that standard. One of the questions that we've been having the conversation with PW is what would those transition provisions look like? Should it be based on applications that are, at a formal consultation stage, zoning stage, site plan stage, or condominium stage? And what should that look like? And how we deal with that consultation or that transition provision. So that'll be brought forward, my understanding, to Public Works Committee, hopefully in Q2 or Q3 of this year for implementation.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll wait and ask the owner or the owner's consultant if they're going to be putting multiple chutes in these facilities when they're built, because, and I'm curious to know what my colleagues think about this. We just got to start tackling this diversion rate, and we're approving these large buildings downtown, and I fully support the ward councillor in what he's trying to do there, but I would like to see the diversion rate get approved, and we're only going to get that done if we make it easy for the tenants or the condo owners. So I'll just reserve my further questions to the owner's agent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I saw Councillor Pearson, I believe she might have an update on that as chair of the Waste Management Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate Councillor Ferguson's comments and concerns. Yes, as chair of solid waste management, the draft report and discussions will also be before that committee before it goes to Public Works. I understand where Councillor Ferguson's coming from. I have heard from a number of, the development industry, and certainly we will be debating this and getting more information at the subcommittee level. So there are some concerns, Mr. Chairman, through you to the councillor with regards to designs, etc., especially with the unique designs that are coming forward now of development proposals. So it's certainly front and center before us as far as how we move forward with the waste collections, etc. And more information will be coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And just really quickly to further on that, if the city is collecting the waste, we do require it to be diverted into separate streams in order for it to be collected by the city. It's where developers opt out of the municipal and have private collection that they can basically just handle it however they want, which is part of the problem because it ends up in landfill anyway. Anyway, on to any further discussion on that? No? Okay. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation, moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All in favor? Got everybody? Yes, we do. Thank you. That's and I have Stuart Hastings with GSP Group in attendance. And could I just ask if you're not speaking, if you could just turn off your camera. There's a few faces I'm seeing here that I don't recognize. But Stuart, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and committee. I'm just going to initiate my presentation. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Stuart Hastings, a planner with GSP Group, and I'm in the agent acting on behalf of the landowner. I'd like to thank Mark for his presentation, and on behalf of the project team, we do support the recommendations contained in the staff report. With that said, we'd just like to give an overview of the site, of the proposed development before you, speak a little bit to the public consultation which has occurred, and the evolution of the site and how we've reached to this point today. So here is Corktown Plaza. As you know, it's the site consists of the entire city block bounded by four streets. It has some unique location attributes. You can see downtown in the left picture to the left is located to the north. It's also technically located to the west because downtown area consists of streets that front onto James Street south. Also, the Hamilton Go Center is located approximately 230 meters to the northwest. You can see the blue elongated roof, and you can see that in this area there's a number of mid-rise and tall-rise buildings, particularly in the picture of the right. When we look at the community context of Corktown, we know that this is a well-established community. It's one of Hamilton's four original communities, and owing to its age and well-establishment, it has a plethora of existing parks, schools, public service facilities. We mentioned how it's proximate to the Hamilton Go Center, proposed bicycle lanes on Hunter Street, the amenities of downtown Hamilton, also significant institutional facilities such as St. Joe's, and commercial opportunities and amenities in the form of James Street South Shopping District, commercial uses along John Street South, and the Augusta Pub District. The project team, as the councillor mentioned, have engaged with the community. A pre-designed community meeting was held on December 12th, 2017, and the original design was proposed on, the original proposed design rather, was presented to the community on May 24th, 2018. What we heard back from this feedback as well as from staff comments was primary was a need for a local grocery store, as the councillor touched on, a provision of community space, maintain views to the escarpment, issues surrounding traffic congestion, height and shadow impacts, cultural heritage impact, and construction noise. Just in regard to the last point, construction noise, that would be dealt with at site plan through construction management plan. And I would like to return to the first point. The need for a local grocery store has really been a key concern, also represented in the written submissions for planning committee. We can say that while the existing site has what you might call a micro grocer, the arrangement of the current proposal does not have sufficient space, layout, loading, etc., to allow for a full grocery store like in the Fortino's Metro style, but there will be 930 square meters of available retail space, and that could certainly accommodate a similar kind of micro grocer with fresh produce, also looking into a pharmacy for the site. So we think that we've heard the community and we know they're looking for a grocery store. And even though it's not prescribed by the zoning bylaw, it is that general speaking to retail, we believe it can be accommodated in the proposed retail units. I'd now just sort of go through and see how these other concerns have been addressed through the evolution of the proposal. So on the left here, you see the original submission in 2018, which consisted of a 34 and 31 story tower atop a podium. And on the right-hand side, you see the proposal before you today, which consists of a 27-story tower in the southeast portion of the site, a 14-story mixed-use building along John Street South, which is sort of an L-shaped attached to an 8-story multiple dwelling along Yonge Street. Here you can see a simplified site plan, again with the 27 stories in the southeast, 14 stories on the west, going down to 8, then 6 on the north. In total, 769 dwelling units are proposed, a total of 930 square meters of commercial spaces proposed. That is located at ground level at grade on John Street South. And as we indicated, it's certainly possible that a micro grocer could be located in those units. 462 parking spaces are proposed, all underground, and indoor and outdoor amenity spaces are located throughout. Here we just see the existing built context and the transition in height. The 27-story building is positioned in the southeast. You can kind of see a diagonal of buildings proceeding southeast towards these two slab buildings, the 21 stories, and then the Olympia Tower, the 32-story building towards the southeast. In this way, you can see the positioning of the mass and the height is sort of reflective of the community context. The 14-story mixed-use building on John Street also is at the approximate same height as the 3 and then the 17-story, the 4 buildings to the west. In this way, it kind of mirrors the existing height in the area. And then the 8-story stepping down to 6-story building along Yonge Street sort of brings the height down to the lower profile built form north of Yonge Street. So I think you can visually see here the way the massing and height is distributed in the site is appropriate for the community context. Mark showed these images, but again, here we're just looking at the setbacks and the graduation in building heights and how it corresponds to the existing built form. I should just make one note that those 3 buildings in the top right there that are together are proposed and to my knowledge not approved. So those are just for demonstration purposes, but all the other buildings to the left and to the right are currently standing. And here again, you can see how in John Street, the 14-story height rather, corresponds to those 4 buildings to the west, which is on the right in this image. And then you see the 2 sort of slab buildings, you would call them, to the left, which is to the east, corresponding to where the greatest height on the site is located. And the building there opposite Catherine Street South is 11 stories, which is taller than the 8 stories proposed on Yonge. So there's been a lot of thoughtful consideration that's gone into the massing and the height. To show these elevation one more time, I know Mark included them, on John Street South here looking, you can see the effect of the gradation in building heights and the step backs, the way it sort of leads up to the tower. And on looking down Forest Avenue, you can see the laneway brings light into the site, and step backs have been utilized along street frontages to respect the street proportions and to maximize sunlight on pedestrian areas. Here, I'm just going to sort of do a little tour of the building. Here's John Street South. Retail is proposed on the ground floor, and the entrances face John Street South. With the addition of the residential units, the residential lobby entrance, and the 2 retail units at grade, you would expect an increase in vibrancy on John Street South as a medium density mixed use corridor and increased day and night activity. So you'd be overall looking at a more pedestrian friendly, more urban feeling along John Street South. Where you just stand here today, you'd sort of see that sea of parking and the retail at the back of the site. Essentially what you're doing here is you're taking the retail located away from the street and you're bringing it toward the street. If we move around the building onto Yonge Street. In the bottom left, you can see that there are units proposed in the form of street townhouses. These units have separate entrances, and this will further animate the pedestrian realm by having, people coming and going to their units. And as we saw in the massing models, these street town form, they're technically multiple dwelling in the definition, but they do have separate entrances. They're to mirror the form that Mark showed in his photos that exist to the north of Yonge Street. And moving around to Catherine Street South, you see the street townhouse looking development in the northeast corner. There's steps there that lead through a pedestrian connection into the center of the house, some landscaping, there's a berm, a patio, and street trees are found throughout and around the site, and glazing is proposed on all portions of all 4 facades. We look at the site now from above and think about those entrances. Those big red arrows represent the entrances to the residential lobbies. Those 2 arrows on the left, which is John Street South, are entrances to the retail units. And those 7 arrows in the northeast corner represent the pathways and entrances to the street townhouses. So if you look at the sort of cumulative effect of these entrances, you would expect to see more pedestrian activity, more kind of hustle bustle, more activity throughout the day, throughout the night. Whereas today, obviously, you're looking at an automotive dominated form. And then as a parking lot. Also, it's key to highlight there is a mid-block pedestrian connection from Yonge to Forest. This will be accessible via outdoor public sidewalk. And there's also an east-west connection through the site. The portion on the east there has a pathway and some landscaping, a raised berm, a patio, and the connection through the west portion is through the residential lobby. If you can kind of connect the dots between those 2 red arrows, you can imagine how you can walk through there. So the site does have a north-south connection and an east-west connection. This image is taken from the preliminary landscape plan, which has been submitted to the city. And you can see that even though preliminary landscape plan is not required at the zoning stage or official plan stage, there is a lot of thought, and the design is quite moved quite far along. The plan also includes built and raised planters along Catherine Street. Bike parking is scattered throughout, short-term bicycle parking near the entrances. And that sort of gray pattern you see is precast unit paving. And the idea here is to have the dark gray in the bottom left, which is southwest, and light gray in the top right, which is northeast. And this would sort of reflect the gradient of the site. There is quite a slope as the site moves to the northeast. So this was sort of an interesting way to recognize that. Around the entire site, urban braille is proposed to be incorporated, and in the townhouse form in the northeast, you can see that there is sod, and around the entire site, street trees are proposed. Looking again at the laneway, which bisects the site from north to south, the purpose of this laneway is to consolidate all the parking and loading, and all parking and loading facilities will be located internal to the site. So no parking spaces or loading facilities will be seen from the street point of view or from the pedestrian point of view. This is a significant difference from the current situation where the site is obviously dominated as a parking lot. Amenity spaces are proposed to be integrated throughout, including balconies, shared indoor amenities such as a fitness center and lounge space. Both of the residential lobbies in both buildings are large and significant, and landscape rooftop amenity terraces are proposed on both buildings. In the preliminary landscape plan, development is moved far along on these proposals, and they include pergolas, unit paving, some green roof planting. So a lot of thought and consideration has gone into the amenity space. Also, there's indoor and outdoor bicycle storage and indoor locker storage. To address heritage concerns, here is pictures of the existing detached buildings on site and a close-up of the red brick. Some of this red brick is proposed to be reutilized in the east-west corridor, perhaps as an accent wall in the corridor as part of the east-west connection. So in this way, the cultural heritage can be preserved. In order to facilitate this proposed development, of course, an official plan amendment is required. as Mark spoke. We're currently in the mixed-use medium density designation. We propose to stay in the mixed-use medium density designation with site-specific policy to permit the height. Part of this is a schedule you'll see on the right-hand side. It's important to note that the heights in those three sort of areas there, A1, 2, and 3, all of them have specific heights associated with them. This is a way of guaranteeing, if you will, the setbacks and gradations of building heights into the OPA. So it's not just 27 stories across the site. The step backs and the gradation in building heights is essentially locked into this OPA. Likewise, with the zoning bylaw, the proposal is to rezone the site to mixed-use medium density C5 with a holding zone applying and a few additional modifications to permit the proposed development. Some of them are just technical in detail relating to grade, but also we're requesting a reduced parking ratio. Long-term bike parking will be required on the site, reduce setbacks from Young Catherine and John Street, of course, to permit the increase in building height. If you look at on the image on the right-hand side there, you'll see there's some hatched work in 4 different areas. Similar to the OPA, this hash work corresponds to the building heights. So essentially the building heights, again, those step backs, that gradation in building height is written in and sort of locked into the ZBA. In addition, an increase to the total GFA for the rooftop amenity area is proposed just to provide as much space as possible. If we look at the planning policy framework, in our opinion, the proposed development is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to the growth plan, which, as we know, support intensification, transit-supported development, active transportation, encourage the diversification of the housing stock, and sustainability and climate change, i.e. through bringing development to the built-up area as opposed to expanding the built boundary. The site is located within the City of Hamilton urban boundary, of course. It's fully serviced by municipal water and wastewater. It expands housing options within the Corktown neighborhood adjacent to downtown and has local access to stores and public amenity. And it represents a form of residential intensification within the built-up area in close proximity to existing transit, such as the Hamilton Go Center, Hamilton Bike Share, and HSR bus routes, which can be picked up from a stop directly accessible from John Street South. In addition, the proposed development is in conformity with the Urban Hamilton official plan. The reason being the proposed development complies with the function, permitted uses, and design policy of the mixed-use medium density designation, and it implements the residential intensification policies. It has significant frontage on an interior road. It's in proximity to all the features we've mentioned in regard to the community context, access to public transit, and the site is an appropriate size and shape to facilitate this kind of development. We turn to the tall building guidelines to provide guidance on this. They include recommendations for the form and height of buildings based on the site, with a frontage which we have of 72 meters and a depth of 61. The tall building guidelines recommend a building taller than 50 meters in the point tower form, which is consistent with the proposal in front of you. Throughout this process, a number of comprehensive reports have been completed and submitted to city staff in support of the proposed development and now the revised proposed development. I won't read through them all, so you can just see them there. However, I will touch on the highlights of some of these reports. In terms of shadow impacts, the proposed shadows allow public sidewalks on 3 of the 4 streets, which is Forest Avenue, John Street South, and Catherine Street South, to receive at least 3 hours of sunlight. The 3-hour criteria is not met for Yonge Street, but this is only due to its location immediately north of the site. Being in the northern hemisphere and shadows casting north, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to prevent any shadows falling north onto the sidewalk on Yonge Street. It should also be noted that the pedestrian activity is likely to be less on Yonge Street than on, say, John Street South, which functions as a mixed-use corridor. In addition, a minimum 50% sun coverage is achieved at all times in Shamrock Park, and shadows do not encroach on Corktown Park or any schoolyards or playgrounds, and the proposed shadows do not extend to any of the 5 identified civic gathering places, and this would be in reference to the downtown sun shadow terms of reference. So it also should be noted that since the proposal has been revised to include 1 residential tower rather than 2 and reduce the overall building heights, this has limited the shadow impact on the development on residential neighborhoods to the northeast. And it also means that in the afternoon, shadows will pass more quickly on individual properties. We are requesting a reduced parking ratio of 0.6 spaces per unit. The proposed parking ratio is appropriate for the site based on its location adjacent to the downtown with convenient access to transit and the provision of 385 long-term and 40 short-term bicycle parking spaces on the site. Customers going to the retail stores will have access to temporary on-street parking in nearby commercial lots on Yonge Street. And transportation planning staff have reviewed the TIS, the Transportation Impact Study submitted with this application, and are satisfied that the traffic generated by the proposal can be accommodated on the existing street network. That's to satisfy concerns regarding traffic congestion, which were brought up. Overall, when you look at the final sort of planning analysis, we're in support of the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment on the basis that this is a redevelopment of an underutilized site along a minor arterial road. It's a compact form at a transit supportive density, represents the diversification of the housing stock, will bring significant improvements to the public realm and the pedestrian experience, especially in consideration of the existing plaza on site, which as shown in Mark's photos, is generally a parking lot on one side, and then it's kind of a sheer brick wall on the three other sides, especially towards the rear. So we'll be looking at significantly enhanced pedestrian experience. The proposed development supports bicycling through the provision of long and short-term bicycling facilities. My mind here would turn to the Hunter Street bike lanes, which are located 250 meters north. I believe the missing 3-block connection at the GO station is planned to be completed this year. So if the Hunter Street bike lanes extend all the way to Queen, all the way across the lower city and now up the new Ketty Access Trail, a project like this kind of development would be expected to support those bike lanes in addition to bike share stations, which are located directly beside the site and in the surrounding area. And shadow impacts have been mitigated through the reduced building height and step backs. And lastly, but not least, this building overall represents a modern addition to the aesthetics of the Hamilton skyline, especially in a location where most of the buildings were built during the 60s, 70s, and are sort of in that urban renewal slab format. This building represents a departure to that, introduces step backs, gradients of heights, glazing throughout, and generally represents modernity in the Corktown neighborhood. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions. I would also like to state that as part of our delegation, we also have here today representatives for the ownership team, Paradigm Transportation, and the architects and the engineers. So I would be happy to take questions, but we can also delegate as necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hastings. So if you could just take your presentation down. No problem. And I have Councillor Farr followed by Councillor Wilson on the speakers list. Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stuart, thank you. Brenda said you were good, and I talked to her on the weekend, your boss, and yeah, she definitely proved her right. That was comprehensive, but very easy to follow your flow and your promotion of this particular application for the applicant. Two quick questions just on some of the comments you made near the end. Who from the ownership group is here to represent? Don't need to ask him a question now, but I might later.
Stephen.
Oh, good. Okay.
Stephen is here.
From Slate Development.
From Slate, yes, from Slate Asset Management. He just turned his camera on, so there he is.
Oh, I see. Hey, Stephen, there you are. I think you might have been there before. And thank you for the time over the Family Day holiday weekend, Stephen. I appreciated talking to you as well. And just to confirm, Hunter Street, yes, the missing link will be completed this year. And you also hadn't mentioned, but I'm sure you're well aware, Stuart, that we have Herkimer and Charlton bike lanes, and that network connecting to our vast system is only a few blocks to the west of this. Okay. So, Mr. Chair, if you could just go back to slide 1 or 2, that's fine. I think this is a really smart way to open the conversation. And ultimately, I'm hopeful that leads to an approval. We've many years, obviously, with something as significant as this, with the density that we're asking for. Yeah, Stuart, if you could just put that slide up, sure. Slide 1 or 2. it takes some time, and certainly there's been an evolution here, just like the last downtown project that we just approved prior to the lunch break. I mean, that says it all. No doubt about it. Transforming these seas of asphalt has been a mandate of mine, as this and previous councils know, and I've been very, very appreciative of the support that I've received from this and previous councils in taking this and transforming it into something like what is before us today. I've had motion after motion just on the surface asphalt that we maintain ourselves, of the 17 or so surface lots in our downtown over the years that council has approved to ultimately surplus, so we can get to what is ultimately a greater and higher use. And so, Stuart, in your expertise, and very generally, my question to you is, all great downtowns that you've been aware of in your studies and to get to this point in your career, how many of them see a whole lot of this action, surface parking?
Well, I think parking is detrimental, especially, extensive, severe, not severe, what's the word I'm looking for? Extensive, sort of the sea of parking is detrimental to the kind of pedestrian-oriented, lively downtown that you want to see. The site right now is extremely automotive-oriented. It is essentially people drive to and drive away from, and walking around the site, you're either looking at just along a parking lot or around the rear where you're just looking at a sheer wall. There's nothing really about the site that addresses the pedestrian realm. So this is about really a comprehensive redevelopment of the site, bringing it and orienting it towards the street so that it's more centered towards, it's a place you'd like to walk around. It's a place to be.
And you talked about transit, and Mr. Chair, I'm sure you'll appreciate almost every bus that comes from the mountain heads north down this particular street, so it's heavily transit oriented as well. So the initial concept, as you mentioned, was 2 towers. Then you got together, you did some great engagement with the community. You got together with staff, and they, as we learned with the staff report before you, used the downtown secondary plan to inform what is before us. What's before us is not 2 towers. Can you just elaborate on how that conversation went, and how you or Steve himself could comment on how you find this, how you found the process, and why this is satisfactory to meet your needs? Through you, Chair.
I would see if Steve would like to speak to that point.
Thank you. And you can take the slide. You can take that slide down.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Farr, and committee members for your time today. So I'll quickly address that. So obviously, there has been an evolution here, and I think we've been working very collaboratively with staff over the balance of almost 3 years to assess the pros and cons of various design iterations. I think that we're certainly pleased with where we are today, but I think it is important to highlight that what we were doing to get here is weigh the pros and cons of multiple factors. Stuart spoke a little bit to some of the shadowing and the step back. Those are key elements, key urban design elements that we needed to adhere to. And there was a bit of a trade-off in public realm from that, as far as the amount of retail space that we could provide. So I think that to keep it short, I think we're very excited to be here today and to be moving this proposal forward. I think anything of this scale has a lot of interested parties and requires compromise from multiple aspects. And we would, we have explored again various alternatives to this scheme, even recently with planning staff. We're willing to continue conversations going, but we have again run through a number of exercises that lead us to where we are today. I believe you're on mute, Councillor Farr.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Steve, why the reduction in retail with this concept versus the 2 towers? Those square footage is now 930 versus approximately 2,000 with the initial concept. Could we get that get a better understanding of that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Farr. Happy to chat a little bit. I'll give a brief overview. Perhaps if you'd like more detail, we could have our architect speak to it as well. But primarily, it results from the way that we had to orient the ground floor of the building. And with the previous design, we essentially had two phases that were oriented east-west with a mid-block connection. Because of the site grade change, it allowed us to better accommodate larger format retail that is not under towers or larger structures. So structurally, it's a much simpler process and a much better retail space. In addition, in the original design, we were able to take advantage of the grade change to offer more substantial loading facilities that are required for larger grocery store formats. So the site orientation and just the way the buildings were arranged in the previous version allowed us to offer a more generous retail space. Now we're bifurcating the site in a north-south direction for traffic on the interior of the site. So that has reduced what we're able to do and how we're able to work with the ground floor. And we are obviously also negotiating the grade change. So that's the short summary. Happy to have core architects go through in greater detail if you'd like.
Maybe. Thank you. Good answer. Appreciate that. I think a lot of people, obviously, when we had our conversation on the weekend, you know that primarily it is that larger grocery store that several years ago was top of mind. You mentioned another one that actually wasn't on Stuart's list, but certainly a pedestrian realm. You have incorporated an east-west and north-south welcome to the public to that development. And the landscaping initially looks great. I trust it'll be looking even better once this is through. And I appreciate that a lot of work has been done. Doesn't need to be at this point, but a lot of work to that end has been done on that because that was important to the residents. But my final question, I might have more, but others would like to speak, Mr. Chair, is on that grocery store. So, I've done a bit of research on it. We've talked as a council last term on micro grocery stores when we talked about waterfront development and the limited footprints we're allowing is particularly Barton and Tiffany. But there is some large retail, but certainly not the Fortinos or the Metros. Micro grocers, are you seeing the value still, as you did in a grocery store when you engaged with the public? Are you going to be able today to at least commit to endeavoring to make at least a micro grocery store happen? Not talking about a Hasty Mart or a Big B, but something that accommodates, those quick trips from the many residents in these dense neighborhoods that you're developing in that is, barren of food opportunities, grocery opportunities. Is that something you can commit to here today, at the very least, a micro grocery store?
Sure, yeah, great question, Councillor Farr. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Farr. So I think it's very difficult to commit to anything that's 5 or 6 years out as far as having a tenant. But what I will say is I think we absolutely see the value in that type of use. We've heard it from the community. We've seen it in other projects as well. I think having daily conveniences such as a grocer or a food market, micro grocer food market, such as a pharmacy, these other conveniences, they are wonderful building amenities. At this point, it's undetermined whether the tenure of these buildings will be completely condo or have a significant rental portion. That's something we're investigating. If we take a long-term view here, those are valuable amenities to the community and to ourselves. So in short, I will say that we'll continue to endeavor pursuing those uses as we get closer to the time when we can lease spaces there, because we see those as important community amenities as well.
Excellent, thank you. I know that with this pandemic, we see the click and collect is much more popular than it ever was, grocery delivery, but there's still to have that opportunity for not only the 700 or so residents that you'd accommodate here, but all the others in the immediate area who, like whether or not the visual is there at the current location, they certainly love their Hasty Market. And to bring that back to hear what you've just said, I think is important to them, especially for those, those quick visits that aren't, you're not piling on a $300 grocery bill, but you're going in to grab something for dinner tonight to cook up. That's, I think, significant, especially for the urban fabric, the downtown fabric. I'm probably over, Mr. Chair. I might come back on. I do have a few other questions, but I want to allow others the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I do have Councillors Wilson and then Ferguson on the speaker's list. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few quick questions with respect to the east-west pedestrian access that goes, I believe, through one of the buildings fronting John. I'm assuming that will be open all the time, will it? To be so that folks will be assured access? Could you speak to that, please?
Yes, Stuart, if you'd like for me to, I'm happy to do so. Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Wilson. So that would serve as a lobby space to that building. So it would be secured. So it would be sort of a semi-public environment. It would not be fully open to the greater public, and would serve as a mid-block connection for residents in that block.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. I misunderstood. I thought you were stating with your red arrows, you indicated the north-south pedestrian connection, but the east-west from what is that, Catherine to John? In your definition, the pedestrian is only the resident, so it does not apply for those external to the building?
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I know the design review panel is voluntary. Did you submit this second iteration to them?
And Stuart, jump in here as well. But no, we have not submitted the second iteration to the design review panel.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the bike parking, can you just help me out in terms of where will it be in proximity to the working elevators?
Sure, I can jump in here. So the bicycle parking it's both short term and long term. Through the chair to answer the councilor's question, the short term bicycle parking is sort of scattered around the site. It's like there's 4 to the north of an entrance, 4 to the south of an entrance, both internal and around the site. I should have highlighted on the map. It would have been a little easier. And the long-term bicycle parking is stored, I believe, in the first underground level in a singular room. So short-term is scattered around the park near the entrances, which would suggest that it's also close to the elevators, and the long-term is secured in a room below grade.
Thank you very much. In terms of that long term, is that located near the elevators? Can you tell me that?
Through the chair, if you just give me a moment, I can just review the plan, just to quickly check proximity to the elevators.
If your architect is...
Unless Georgia, if Georgia would be able to jump on now. Georgia was with Core Architects, would be new.
Hey Stuart, I can grab this one. The bike parking is actually all accessed off of grade. So
I'm sorry, could you speak up just a little bit?
Sorry, it's all accessed off of grade. So there's 3 separate long-term bike parking areas. There's one off of the landscaped east-west connection that is directly off of grade. And then similarly, there's one on the tower accessed from the north-south pedestrian connection, again, accessed off of grade. And then underneath the townhouses, utilizing the grade change that we have from end to end to site, we have a access point that has a short stairwell that goes under the townhouses and has a large bike parking space underneath the townhouses.
So sorry, the parking that's underneath the townhouses, that's not obviously not a HEC grade. Sorry. So how do you access if you're carrying stuff or even the bike? Sorry.
So we provide a stairwell with a bike trough on the side. So you can come in and you can just run your bike up the side of the stairs or down the side of the stairs to access the bike parking room.
Okay. That might be a little awkward. And just to confirm, the shadow on Shamrock Park you said was 50%, if I could get that confirmation?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And how many car share spots on site? I didn't get the number proposed.
Georgia, would you know the exact number of car share?
We're not currently showing any car share. From feedback that we've gotten, the car share in the area needs to be provided at grade. And we only have those short-term 10-minute parking spots at grade for pickup and drop-off.
I'm sorry, I just didn't catch the very last part. Your voice.
Sorry about
I couldn't
that.
hear it.
At grade, we were only providing short-term 10-minute pickup and drop-off parking spots. So there's no car share provided for the site currently.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought I saw car share on your slide. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I think, Stephen, you'll be able to, you're expecting my question. Stephen disappeared. Oh, there he is. Okay. So, Stephen, will you be doing multi-stream garbage chutes in your buildings?
Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor, yes, I can answer that. What we have planned currently and what will be outlined in further detail through site plan would be, it's a single chute, but it would be what's commonly referred to as a tri-sorter system, allowing residents to select which stream, and then it will automatically divert garbage to the appropriate stream.
So the deflector arm at the bottom of the chute is that will shoot it over to the right bin?
That's essentially correct. Yes. Yeah. Again, if you need much more detail than that, apologies. I'll have to defer to Core Architects again, but that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to be taking this up a lot further with Public Works, because this seems something that we're missing the boat here when we have all these beautiful new buildings going up, and we're not doing anything about our diversion rate for our waste. And so I'll be taking this up at Public Works and also at site plan with staff. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion? Councillor Farr?
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if it's appropriate, but I just, Councillor Wilson asked a good question on car share. And I know we have something coming back very soon to either Planning Committee or GIC, I can't remember, with respect to an enhancement. I think we're looking now at wards 1, 2, and 3, and it incorporates on-street utilization like we've never seen before. Is there a way we can get Brian Hollingworth at the appropriate time to confirm that and when it will be coming? Mr. Chair.
I don't believe Brian is. Oh, no, I see Brian. You spied him first, Councillor Farr.
Brian Hollingworth, Director of Transportation Planning and Parking. Councillor Farr is correct. The program that he was referring to is called a free floating car share program, where you don't have to park it and end it at the same destination as you start. We took that report back in November, and it was tabled for in response to some questions asked by members of Planning Committee, and we hope to bring that back either the next Planning Committee or the one after that. We've answered all the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. So soon. Very good. Through you to whomever of the presenters. We discussed that you will endeavor and you see a need and agree that there is at least a need to address the food desert that we have now on the south side. We know from talking to staff previous, we can't as a council make that specific retail request, but I'm glad you see the value. There have been other correspondence that talks about that laundromat and pharmacy too. So Stephen, are those amenities that, not that it's the prettiest block in all of downtown, but certainly there's a lot of people, especially Corktowners, who utilize that strip plaza. Have you given any thought to those other two, laundromat, pharmacy?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Farr. Certainly, I mean, maybe just for some quick reference, as I believe was noted by yourself earlier, Councillor Farr, or some of the others, the current market on site, the Hasty Market, is about 5,000 square feet, so that would effectively constitute about half of the future retail. The remaining 5,000 feet could, for reference, fit, for instance, the drug mart that currently exists, plus have a remaining 2,000 square feet for either a reduced size laundromat or for some other convenience items such as the Subway sandwich store, for frame of reference, is right around 1,000 square feet. So absolutely, I think we would see a similar retail mix as being a great amenity for the community, and we'll certainly be targeting tenants of that nature.
Okay, thank you. You heard Steve, through you, Chair or Director, answer the question roughly how long it would take if we wanted to stick on those two towers. If you wanted to get back to that original concept, which we learned from your planner, Stuart, has greater impacts, and I'll actually get confirmation on that from Stuart. Stuart, you'll get the last question today. 6 months to a year, likely a year, maybe more. If we wanted to entertain getting back to that original concept, because half of the 10 or so folks that have engaged through written correspondence really love that idea of a large scale grocery store, and hey, so do I, but the reality is 6 months to a year. Are you pleased with what's before you now in terms of the compromise that was informed by a downtown secondary plan that looks at things like step backs and setbacks and all those things in pedestrian realm and landscaping and all those important things that we've incorporated, although you're not in the downtown secondary plan, but tall building studies and all those things? Are you okay with all of this now, or would it be your preference to hold off for 6 months to another year and get back on the tower concept? Through you, Chair. I'm putting you on the spot, Steve.
Yeah, through the chair, to answer the councillor's question, in terms of the revised proposal, I would defer to the owners. That's ultimately their decision on what application to proceed with. However, as for the proposal and before us, I do feel we supported the original concept when submitted in 2018. We also support this concept through the reasons that I highlighted in my presentation.
Okay, and Stephen?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, certainly putting me on the spot, and I appreciate that. But as you've, I echo Stuart's sentiment, but I would add to that we do favor elements of the two-tower proposal. As you may be aware, I think this application has been over 900 days to process. Now, certainly city staff have been very collaborative with us, and it has been a long process. So 6 months to an additional year is something that would make us very nervous. I think if we could perhaps agree to a shorter timeline there, that would be something that would be open to exploring. I mean, from our perspective, we have a lot of the design, shadow studies, et cetera, of a two-tower scheme completed. So we feel that we could work quite quickly. That being said, I think the prospect of another year is a challenge for us, given the time it's already taken to come this far, and the fact that we are eager to move forward. And we do believe that the existing design we have before us is also a great option.
Okay, appreciate that you're eager. I think 6 months would tie a record, and it would also require my colleagues to allow me to put you at the front of a line, which I think, given the sentiment of this recovery ideology that we're all going to be into, and the jobs and the different things that development like this and others are going to provide, all of my colleagues have their own priorities, and it might be a bit of a challenge. So I'm going to appreciate that answer at this time. Finally, through you to Stuart. Stuart, on slide 24, you don't have to go to it, but generally speaking, each concept, the two tall towers, what we have before us today, obviously has impacts when we're putting that much density on a site that really has one story of a strip mall, and whoever came up with that idea generations ago, I'm not sure how it got passed, but maybe it was a great idea at the time. This is a much better utilization of a square block in the heart of a downtown, which has more impacts. What's before us, all in all, with the sun shadow and the wind and everything else that you'd mentioned, or the two towers?
Through the chair, the current proposal, well, the twin towers would have more of an impact from a sun shadow perspective, just due to that's more of a factor of the increased height. This proposal has two towers, 27-story and 14. The original proposal, the towers were 34 and 32. So naturally, due to the height of the two towers, there would be more of a shadow impact on the original proposal.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the latitude for the second round of questioning. I appreciate that the proponents are still very much heavily invested in this key parcel, and I thank them and staff for working collaboratively with the community over these many years. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any further questions for the agent and owner? from committee? I'm not seeing any, so I need a mover and a seconder to receive. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Farr. All in favor? Councillor Johnson, are you still there? I don't see you. Oh, we got your vote. No? Yes. Thank you. That carries unanimously. Registered delegations have Lachlan Holmes. Lachlan, if you're there, you can start your video and unmute. Is Lachlan in the meeting? Not seeing him? He was there earlier. Perhaps he had another commitment. So we're not seeing him now. Okay. So I'm afraid we're not seeing Lachlan Holmes in the meeting. So then we have no delegations. So LC Kelsey. Written submissions. Okay. Councillor Farr, did you have something to add?
Yeah, if it's a technical issue and Lachlan is listening, at least, he can feel free to contact my office and at council should it get to that point. If we're ratifying this in a week or so, I am happy to share his comments. I think past delegations from Lachlan, we can assume he loved the tower concept, but I don't want to put words into his mouth, so I'd be happy to bring them along and put them on the public record at council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So then I need a mover and a seconder to receive the written submissions also. So moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Thank you. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. And then a mover and a seconder to close the public meeting. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by, who wants to second? Anybody? Councillor Ferguson. Thank you. And then on to the report. Oh, sorry. Councillor Johnson? You got everybody? Survey says carried unanimously. Thank you. And then on the report, I need a mover and a seconder that the public submissions were received and considered by the committee in approving the application. Moved by Councillor Farr. And you want to speak? And seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Farr. Sorry, you're muted, Councillor.
I should have indicated in the chat. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I'll take you as a seconder. I had Councillor Collins as a seconder, but I didn't. I'll put it in the chat next time. But I'll take Fergie on this one.
Do you have anything to add to the report, Councillor? You just wanted to.
If he's giving me the. If now is the time, very briefly, yes, I would like to just simply. I'm gonna just open with the way I was going to close, just based on the discussion, because I really did appreciate it. Everything from waste diversion, which is an important conversation, and one I know yourself and Maria and others are working hard on. car share, other questions and concerns, but also just from an engagement perspective, we did something here that I've never done before. I don't know if anyone else has. I'll get to that in a second, but I just wanted to note, and I'm sure it's not lost on you, Mr. Chairman, that with today's Ward 2 applications, we're closing in on 800 new residential units in the downtown, notwithstanding the thousands of square feet or close to 2,000 square feet, I guess, of retail. But we do obviously need more people to feed the small businesses, support our arts and culture, maintain the pre-pandemic momentum and of the burgeoning vitality that we were all enjoying across the city, and that was clearly happening in Ward 2. And you know, recovery is a big topic now for us as a planning committee, where it wasn't before. And I won't get into any great detail on it, but you heard me mention it throughout this and other debates. The jobs alone on a project of this scale are extremely significant, and they'll be feeding those local businesses. I mean, you heard Stephen from Slate say this is a 5-year project, and you know, that's, you know, hundreds of different workers coming and going for 5 years in an area like every other area in the world that's been hit hard through this pandemic. And it certainly, I don't know about the rest of you, but it certainly has a play for me in the decision-making process. It's really important. No one who's followed me even half close over the last 10 years is going to argue that I'm not a proponent of smart intensification in our core. We've seen a lot of it. I worked for 9 years almost, or 8 years on that downtown secondary plan with some very talented staff and a community group in the early days that came up with some wonderful ideas. And that downtown secondary plan is very much an important conversation going forward. Obviously, as we can see here today, not just in the downtown proper, but just outside, where it's informing what may be a better development all in all. It's a major investment on a full block, all of that block to be transformed to obviously a greater and higher use, where this strip mall currently sits, a strip mall that might have been a good idea decades ago, but obviously no longer seen as optimal use. It's not pedestrian friendly, little to no residential capacity, no design character. And so that said, it's clear through this process that it serves a great purpose for many residents of Corktown, and it'll be my mission to maintain in 5 years' time, when this is complete, that they'll get as good or better as it relates to the services they like now: the laundromat, the pharmacy, the small grocer, maybe call it a micro grocer. Maybe it's not a Hasty Market. Maybe it's something even better than your beloved Hasty Market. Fresher foods, more opportunities to get you the things you want for dinner that night. Who knows what grocery store shopping is going to be like 5 years from now anyway, but it's still going to be important to have stuff like that close by. Years ago, and finally, I think this is important to mention, when the proponents step forward, and we all get these pitches, I call them, there's probably a better term for it, and they had this initial concept. They just paid, I'd say at the time, top dollar into the millions for this block off someone who had just recently flipped it for a good price. But they were not interested in doing what this group is clearly still interested in doing. And that concept that they pitched initially showed a rough sketch, table napkin sketch of a couple of towers to me, and just me. And my first question was, I regularly attend the Corktown Neighborhood Association meetings, and I asked them if they would be good enough to participate in a charrette with residents. This is before they even had thought about a date for a formal consult to get the whole wheels of bureaucracy moving on a development of this scale, way before. And this would have been very early engagement and very unique, and they agreed to these breakout sessions with folks at a community meeting, where they took my suggestion. We put white sheets of paper on these tables and let people literally draw their vision for a block in their neighborhood. And pedestrian realm, and you heard them mention landscaping, design. Lots of great ideas came of this, but the one that really stood out was the grocery store, and that's why there was that emphasis on that here today. With the reviews of the recent communications that came, there's a tale of two topics, clearly, I think there's 7 or 8 new communications written here today. The original towers meant a big grocery store, twice the size of what's there now or bigger. But once presented to planning staff, obviously the dialogue turned to achieving approximately the same density as those 2 towers, but with that guiding downtown secondary the wonderful designs and with the tall building studies and all those things we're going to use and continue to use to guide that secondary plan, which is the most innovative plan we've ever had for secondary plans in this city. The towers became, not something that could be supported, but as you could see from the architect and from the builder, the retail footprint had to be sacrificed. Ultimately, I'm satisfied with what I hear from the investors here today on this probably $200 million project, maybe roughly, maybe more, that they have a commitment to make sure that they take care of the issue of the food desert in this neighborhood. And in the end, I think I'm going to hold them to it. I don't think it's going to be a hard task for me. And hopefully that grocer, that micro grocer will be something that the neighborhood will be happy with to walk to on a regular basis. And the community that's built, the retail community that's built 5 years from now will rival or be much better, I suspect, than what is currently existing. And certainly there'll be no more, or the majority of it is surface asphalt parking, and there'll be no more of that. So I'm very supportive. Councillor Collins is my seconder on the motion, on the staff recommendation before us, and I would appreciate your support as well. Thank you. Sorry for going long.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Collins or Councillor Ferguson as your seconder? Councillor Farr?
Oh, sorry, Ferguson, right. I thought there was two motions. First, it's, anyway, Councillor Ferguson, that's fine. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson.
There are two motions, so Councillor Collins can second.
Yeah,
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on the recommendation? Not seeing any. Thank you. All in favor? Or opposed? Thank you. That carries unanimously. And report recommendations as amended, moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Collins. We'll make sure that we don't pass Councillor Collins over. All in favor or opposed? Thank you, and that carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Okay, delegations. So this is 6.1. This is delegations respecting 130 Wellington Street zoning bylaw amendment, which is item 10.1. We have two delegations, Jesse Razakpur, thank you, and Sheila Strong. Jesse, I'm sorry for butchering your last name there, but you have the floor there, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Danko, and thank you to the council for letting us speak. At the outset, I want to just give a little bit of background from the last time that we addressed this on the 2nd. Since that time, the council deferred the decision on this, and at Councillor Farr's suggestion, a Zoom meeting was set up, or a web meeting, with the applicant and his agent, Mr. Barton. That was conducted on February, I believe it was the 9th, with some additional residents. One, Mr. McMillan, another local resident, was present, as was Dr. Ali Golipur, another resident, and myself and Mrs. Strong, who I believe is also on the line on this meeting now. At that meeting, we had some good conversation. However, I think it's clear that the residents, at least the ones that have been involved at this time, continue to be opposed to the proposed variance. I can indicate that I have spoken with Dr. Golipur, who's asked me to speak on his behalf on this matter. He, this morning, he's delegated that permission to me, and he remains opposed. Believes that the existing zoning should continue to be enforced. I feel the same way, and as Mr. McMillan. Mr. McMillan actually sent in written submissions. I think he didn't quite have the correct email. He forwarded it to me, and I forwarded it to the clerk and to Councillor Farr this morning. He has asked me to read that in to the record if it's not part of the written application so far, and I can do that at the end. A couple of comments I would like to make at this time are that, in my view, Corktown/Stinson is an area with a unique architectural heritage in the city of Hamilton. And indeed, Hamilton itself has a unique architectural heritage as one of the earliest industrial cities, especially 19th century Victorian in Ontario. Further, I would submit that when we look at this neighborhood, and especially Wellington Street South, which is unique in respect of Wellington Street as a whole, it is the last strip of single-family homes that has any real single-family homes left on Wellington. And as I mentioned before, most of the traffic goes up the mountain on the Claremont Access, and this is this one little stretch of about 3 blocks that's been preserved. So there are 2 possible ways that this area can be developed, and this is a precedent-setting possible development here. One, I would submit for those of you who are familiar with the area, is that it can develop like something like Cabbagetown in Toronto, which is one of the largest collection of Victorian homes in Ontario. It's considered to be a very desirable neighborhood, originally built as sort of a working class, not huge homes, built in the 19th century. But it's become a very desirable neighborhood with a great sense of civic pride, to the point where residents there actually fly their own flag, the Cabbagetown flag, from their homes. Or it can go the way of other areas in cities like Toronto, like Dundas and Sherbourne, which is just east of Dundas Square, where, again, 19th century homes, once somewhat stately or reasonably desirable homes, have been cut up and sliced up into an area of decline. And frankly, I think to the outside observer, what would be described as a bad neighborhood. That neighborhood has changed a little bit recently, but for many, many years and decades, it was quite problematic. And just blocks away, we have the gleaming towers of Bay and Dundas and Dundas Square and the Eaton Center. So we're talking, the previous proposal was interesting because it's the same neighborhood, and we're talking about putting up a brand new gleaming complex with lots of residents, high density. And then right next door, we're proposing this kind of a development just a few blocks away. And make no mistake, in my submission, this type of development is a clear indicator of a neighborhood in decline. I lived in New York City when I met my wife several years ago. She lived in Bedford-Stuyvesant, which is a famous neighborhood in Brooklyn with many lovely 19th century brownstones, which over the years had been carved up. For various reasons, the neighborhood had fallen on hard times in the 80s and 90s, and it was only just starting to recover when she left in 2013. Boarded up buildings, burned out, crack houses, things like that. Neighborhood decline takes generations to recover. It is not something that happens overnight. I ask you, what makes a good neighborhood? What makes it a place that people want to live as opposed to somewhere where they have to live? I submit it is resident homeowners who form the bedrock of such neighborhoods. They are the ones who have children in the area. They are the ones who take pride in their properties and maintain their homes and gardens. They are the ones that ensure the neighborhood is a vibrant place. They are people who actually know and talk to one another, socialize together, and share the same concerns. As noted at our previous meeting, you can walk down the street and visually you can know which properties are resident homeowners and which are absentee landowners renting to various parties. And to be blunt, it is the resident homeowners who actually vote here in this city. These are the people, including myself and the other participants that I've mentioned, who have actually taken the time to appear before this committee, who have taken the time to participate in Councillor Farr's meeting over Zoom, or WebEx, I should say, and who have put their money where their mouth is. We've taken our time off of work. We've lost money as a result of doing that to participate in this meeting. That's important. This type of development in my submission is inconsistent with families. They can't live there. The units are too small. And this type of development in this area does represent a clear race to the bottom. It is not a balanced development. It is slicing and dicing. And in my view, this is not, as Councillor Farr noted, smart intensification, nor is it a gentle intensification. It is an aggressive proposal. the type of proposal which drives away resident home.
Mr. Razakpur, you're just over your 5 minutes, so I don't know if you're getting to the end of your comments, but.
Well, all right. If I can wrap it up quickly, I would submit. I wasn't aware that I was limited to 5 minutes, as last time I was not limited to 5 minutes. So if I could request a brief extension to complete my comments, I would appreciate it.
Well, let's take care of that procedurally. Just this is not a statutory meeting, so you're limited to the 5 minutes. But Councillor Farr, I see you wish to extend. I'll second myself. So we're just going to vote to extend, and then you'll be allocated an additional 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'll start my clock now, so I will be quick. As I would note,
hang on a sec. Hold that thought.
Sorry.
We have to vote first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There we go. Do we have everybody? Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Partridge, were you able to vote? Councillor Pearson, do you wish to speak, or no? You're good. Councillor Partridge, Councillor Ferguson, just give us a thumbs up if you could.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Parker, are you giving me a thumbs up or a thumbs down on the vote? Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson, are you still hearing us? Okay, that carries. Thank you. Go ahead, Jesse.
Thank you. I'll quick. In my submission, what you're going to see, essentially, in my view, this is a proposal that is not motivated, despite the submissions of Mr. Barton and his written submissions, by altruism. It is motivated by a clear desire to make money. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with it, except for the fact when it affects other people and the value of their homes. The goal of city planning should be to improve the neighborhood and create better outcomes for residents. And this plan cements facts on the ground which ought not to have ever been permitted. It's, in my view, to be blunt, this is carpetbagging, and we're going to be seeing a lot more of it. Interest rates are historically low, credit is cheap, and COVID has resulted in capital which would otherwise be put into businesses, machinery, and capital upgrades being directed at real estate speculation. This is, again, the upper limit of medium density zoning, and it demonstrates at 98 units per hectare, and in medium zoning would be 100 units, that this proposal is all about making as much money as possible. The neighborhood already has numerous rental options in the area, affordable options. We also have the Ontario Works offices at the corner of Wellington. This neighborhood is doing its fair share of heavy lifting with respect to mixed land use and access to housing for all income classes. Furthermore, with respect to the options before City Council, they have the ability to define what kind of a neighborhood this will be and set a precedent for future development in the area. This is a precedent-setting opportunity for us to see smart intensification if that's what we want to do. We can see a real revitalization of downtowns like we've seen in Toronto, or we can see the mistakes of the past repeated. With respect to Mr. Barton's proposal or most recent letter, there is a petition signed by 19 people, apparently. I would submit that when the council considers that, just like in a courtroom, you have to consider the quality of the evidence that you're getting. You know who's actually delegated here and who's been involved in the process. We have 19 names that we have no idea who these people are, where they live, where they are residents of, how many of them are renters, how many of them are owners, are they simply friends of the owner, what were they told to get them to support supposedly this proposal Why aren't they here? Why haven't they delegated? Why haven't they been part of the community meeting? I would submit that there's extremely little weight that you can put on the names on the paper that have been provided. I submit it's essentially valueless in terms of evidence for the council to consider. Again, we've already described in our previous proposal the parking considerations. I do not know if Mr. McMillan's letter has been made an exhibit. It was sent to the clerk this morning, though I appreciate it was late. In short, I'm not going to have time to read the entire thing. However, he points out that there's a huge difference between a lodging home, which is current possibility. However, it is not licensed at this time. But he points out that there's a big difference between a lodging home, which holds 6 individuals, as opposed to 6 families or 6 units. He's also noted that the house has been an issue in regards to the people currently living there, drinking on the porch, odd people coming in at all hours of the night. In short, an eyesore. It is one of the problem houses in the neighborhood. He notes that while the current owner may have good intentions, nothing assures us that the any future owner would be as well-intentioned. And as he notes, zonings tend to be permanent. So he is opposed. I am opposed. Mr. Golipur is opposed. And I believe Ms. Strong also remains opposed. We are united in our opposition to this proposal. And again, something less aggressive might have been something the community could have considered, but I don't think that anyone supports a medium density application at all. Those would be my submissions, and I thank the council for its time.
Thank you. Is there any?
May I confirm as well, Councillor, was Mr. McMillan's letter made an exhibit, or can it be made an exhibit? It was emailed to the clerk this morning and to Councillor Farr.
Elsie Kelsey?
Obviously, receiving it this morning, there was no time to add it to the agenda, but it will be added subsequently.
Thank you.
So it'll be before council then.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. Is there any questions for Mr. Razakpur? Councillor Farr.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse. Quite the orator. And I Googled you after our Zoom, and you work with Rory Cornally, and I could see some similarities there. Long-time criminal lawyer. I did appreciate that you took the time, and obviously today I got to come right out and say I apologize, because I think I might have told you you're up top. I didn't tell you there was a 5-minute rule, because we did close the public meeting. So there was a bit of confusion when we had our staff and myself at the public meeting near the end there when we talked about your delegation today, but you got it all in and then some, and I appreciate it. And at the appropriate time, I would be happy to move the correspondence from Michael and get it on the public record if I can do that today. And if not, and as the chair suggested, we'll make sure we have it for council. Real quick, I was very hopeful, as you know, and as Sheila knows, and Mike and the doctor who attended last week, and I appreciated that council allowed us this opportunity, but I was hopeful that we'd find some middle ground. And I just want to make certain what I'm hearing, because you're aware that for me, you know, there are 4 occupied units. Nobody wants to see any of these folks that are occupying these illegal units as they exist today be having to vacate against their will. And so I thought maybe landing on 4 units instead of the 6 that's being proposed might be a good, middle ground to find the common ground there through you, Chair. You're well aware that 4 is still going to require a zoning change. And so what you're saying here today is not even that compromise is something that you and the others you're speaking for can stomach.
Well, the input that I have from the group is that they are opposed to the zoning. I think there was essentially the thought that it could be reduced to 4. My view, and that I believe the view of the others, was that 4 would put us into medium density zoning, which would be problematic. I don't think that anyone was confirmed that they would support something less, for example, 3. But I think that 3 was something that at least might be a point of discussion. However, the feeling was that the proposal was for 6, and that there was no real counter proposal and nothing that we could understand in terms of whether or not to support it. It would be an inchoate proposal at this point. But 3 would still be a step up in zoning as it is. From the existing zoning, it would go from 1 to 2 units to the low density, which is 3 units. I think that that would be something that might be the type of thing that could be supported. But in my view, it would need to be a properly prepared application that we could consider as a group for us to evaluate it. But simply saying 4 units at this point, we would not be supportive. To the issue of evictions, what we had hoped would be that a suitable time period would be established to bring the building into compliance. No one wants to evict anybody, especially right now in wintertime with the pandemic. But I was thinking something along the lines of 24 months to bring it into compliance. A list of tenants could be provided to bylaw, and it could be ensured that no new tenants are being brought into the building. And that would give sufficient time for everybody to make alternative arrangements.
Yeah, I would be, I'm more inclined to look at, through you, Chair, the existing tenants not be affected at all, but no new tenants, absolutely agreeable. Finally, through you to Jesse, the one good thing that taking this pause for a couple of weeks has shown us is that we brought some clarity at our Zoom meeting on the Bill 108 issue. Through you, do you want to sum that up, what you heard, and I'll confirm whether or not we are all on the same page and that Bill 108 actually isn't significantly impacting anything here. Through you, Chair.
Is that for me, Mr. Parker?
Yeah,
Yes,
I want you to size it
I
up.
agree with you. Yeah, we had our presentation. Both Ms. Mackay and Mr. Stewart presented at our meeting. I also did a bunch of research on the existing laws and bylaws, and ultimately it's been agreed, I think, among all the participants that Bill 108 does not apply. The site would not be suitable for using as a residential outbuilding. Furthermore, the initial comment that Mr. Stewart had made that perhaps it could be classed as a semi, which would then allow it to be further divided. Semi is actually defined as a building that has essentially a wall between it that doesn't permit access on the vertical plane, and you can't just modify an existing building to create a semi. So I think it's all of us are in agreement that 108 does not apply in this circumstance.
Thanks, Jesse. Mr. Chair, at the appropriate time, I'd like to get some clarity on what Jesse brought up. Sheila May next as well. This so-called petition. I appreciate that Andrew saw, the conversation and where it was heading last week. Andrew, being the owner, went out and knocked on some doors in the neighborhood. I didn't get any real knowledge of this until the start of the weekend, and then I didn't really see the so-called petition until just yesterday, and I've only been able to contact 2 of the people on the list. You're only seeing names, Mr. Chair, today, so is the rest of my colleagues, but I did ask Kelsey for contact info. I had trouble getting a hold of many prior to this meeting, but I did get a hold of 2. So at the appropriate time, I'd like to know how this list of 19 names is defined, one that was secured only in the last few days.
So
I don't know when to do that.
Procedurally, Councillor, so we have the 2 delegates on this item.
Okay.
Now. We'll receive the delegates, then we have a delegate on a separate item. Then we get to item 10.1, which is the staff report, and then we can open up the floor for discussion with staff.
Okay, I'd appreciate it, given that the delegate's been waiting a while and this is their second delegation, if I could move the item following these delegations, if I can get some colleagues' support on that. But that's for later. But I'm still, since our delegate brought it up at the appropriate time, if our clerk can offer what it is before us with these 19 names to help, because it was brought up to help our delegate and myself.
Thank you, Councillor. Our other delegate who has been waiting all day as well is still waiting. So
yeah, that's fine.
Prefer to just get these out of the way, and then we'll get to 10.1 and finish the issue. So our second delegate on this same issue is Sheila Strong. Sheila, are you in the meeting? There you are.
I'm haven't fallen asleep yet.
And my apologies, just a reminder that because this is a non-statutory meeting, that you are limited to the 5 minutes. I should have warned Jesse that up front, so my apologies. You have the floor.
I have, thank you. Yes, basically, I guess Jesse has covered most of what we had discussed, and so mine will be very limited. Also, the one thing I have in sitting here and listening to all this, it's kind of been very much an eye-opener, and a lot of things have come up today that are very reminiscent or conducive to what we're going through here. And I can see that even some of the councillors seem to have some issues, one of them being absentee landlords, which I know Andrew has said he's in the community, whatever. We have a lot of property management issues of garbage and upkeep in some of these places. And once again, you know, we've moved into this neighborhood. I worked 40 years. Bought my house and lived here 25. And so this is a big investment for me as a single person. And so I would just like to make sure, you know, that the neighborhood is conducive to what I would like to live in. And I think Michael McMillan brought up the fact that, yes, there have been some issues down the road. You know, over the years, we've had it one way and another. But people have come in, and we've got some good landlords that are looking after places and taking that in. So otherwise, I won't take up much more of your time, just that I can see, and was also brought up is we in the lower city, I think this Bill 108 and whatever was Ward 1, 2, 3, and 4, we do seem to be carrying a bigger part of the burden. In this, we're not getting these places in Stony Creek, Upper Mountain, Ancaster, those places. It's very much being down here in the lower city. So anyway, that's my feeling, and I will put back to the floor since we don't want to take up any more of your time.
Thank you, Sheila. Is there any questions for Ms. Strong? Not seeing any. Okay. So we're going to receive the delegates. Okay, so we're going to receive the delegates and the written correspondence all as one. So Councillor Farr, would you like to move that? Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Johnson. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. That carries unanimously. And as discussed, we have a delegate on a separate issue that we're going to hear now. This is, Barry Coombs, respecting the bird-friendly city in Hamilton Burlington Bird Team. Barry, if you're there, thank you for waiting patiently.
Hi there. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. My name is Barry Coombs, and I'm a Strathcona neighborhood resident in Ward 1. I'm also the co-chair of the Bird-Friendly City Hamilton Burlington Bird Team, and I'm going to speak to you for a few minutes about the relationship between birds and urban planning. Bird-Friendly Nature is Nature Canada's national certification program, and the Hamilton Burlington Bird Team has prepared this statement. Nature Canada hopes
we're losing you there,
at least 30 cities across Canada as bird by May 14th, 2000.
Barry, your video's choppy. Could you turn off your video and just keep your audio if you're able to do that? Did we lose them altogether?
Can you?
Nope, yeah, I can hear you. I could hear you. Oh, are you still there, Barry? If you are, just turn your video off. Should be stop video down at the bottom. No. Can you hear us, Barry? No. Okay. We'll move on.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll move on to 10.1 then. Yeah. So Barry, if you can hear me, Clerks is going to work with you to try to get you reconnected. And in the meantime, we're going to move on to 10.1. Okay. Yeah. Just one second here.
Pardon the interruption through the chair. Mr. Coombs, I think I can hear you typing. So if we can hear you typing, we'll be able to hear you speaking. Can you just speak into the mic at the moment?
Okay, so we're going to continue on 10.1 and we're going to try to connect with Mr. Coombs offline. Just 1 second here. We've got to reset. We're good? Okay. So 10.1 is application for zoning bylaw amendment for lands at 130 Wellington Street South, and Councillor Farr.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. First question, just through you to the clerk. And I did correspond with Lisa throughout the weekend. You would not, we received 19 names just in the last few days from the owner, Andrew, who's clearly strolled the neighborhood, Grove Street and Wellington and even West Ave. You told me in an email that you wouldn't classify this as a petition. What is this before us for those names? And that's all we're seeing on this item today, this added submission.
So my concern was that generally with the petition, there's some clarity on the form of what these people are signing and where that information is going. And that I just wasn't particularly confident in this case that they were aware that all this information was going to be made public. So
okay.
So I felt like I'm protecting their information by just listing the names.
Well,
and I would have to check further with Records Department to see if it could be considered a petition that could be viewed by the public.
That's fine, and you know what? I don't blame you. That's a fair enough answer, Lisa. You're covering your butt because you do need to check with records, and we just got back to work today, and this just came upon us. So why don't we do that between now and council, just to give it a header, give it a label when we ratify what's before us. The one thing you were nice enough to do with me, in all fairness to me, was give me the contacts. I completely understand. I'm sure the rest of us do, why you didn't put addresses and phone numbers and so forth like you would see on other petitions. You took all that out and just added the names, but you did give me contact information. And Mr. Chair, I did manage to get a hold of, I tried 6 or 7 prior to today's meeting. I didn't want to call too many people on family day, so I saved it for this morning. And I got through to 2. And what I heard from the 2 residents for the most part was what we heard in the original debate, that they found apartments to be more desirable than the rooming house. I didn't get into great detail. I was short. I had to introduce myself. I caught a few folks off guard this morning, but I really did appreciate that 2 of the 19 names before us today did take the time to talk to me. They were supportive. I got the sense that, and I'm not saying this happened with all 19, but with these 2, the conversation sort of began with, hey, you know, if I can't get my 6 apartments, it's in the books, and it is in the books as a rooming house. And it's not lost on me that these the 4 residents who I've spoken to that have been engaging a lot longer than just a few days ago on this particular issue. There's a prevailing theme among themes that unfortunately, and it's no fault of Andrew, the current owner, who's only had the place for less than a year, I think. But there's been some history with some tenants in the past, and that's made a few sour. And certainly when that happens over time, and it was likely an absentee landlord, you're going to hear what some of the things that we've heard from people like Sheila and Jesse, Mike in his correspondence, and others. And that's concerning, obviously, and that ultimately can lead for some to, holding a staunch view and holding the line on making any zoning changes that contemplates a greater density, and particularly on a property that for many, many years, we can't even put a number on it, broke the rules. It was illegal. It has been illegal. It's illegal now, and for some time, and that's also concerning. On the Bill 108, that sort of, I'm glad we took this pause and had that opportunity between the last meeting and this meeting to get some clarity there. I can confirm what Jesse has learned from our Zoom meeting. And it was actually Lee who came and joined us among the 3 staffers as well, who is working on that Bill 108 file as we speak. So we had the right staffer address it. We were under the impression that maybe all of this is irrelevant because you can get 6 units anyway because they had the garage in the back, but it turns out not to be the case. It's still a tough one. It really was. Like I said to Jesse, while I appreciate most of what Jesse, where he's coming from as a homeowner and investor in the area, I agree with, that this neighborhood, Corktown and Stinson, have been hitting above their weight class on inclusivity for all housing types and setting an example for all across this city. And that is so true. But I can tell you that I think that this particular property has had that history, and so when re-engaging with the 4 residents and the 3 staff and the proponent and just planner, I think that there was this prevailing theme that there's concern to that end at this particular address. So, appreciating the comments in the Zoom meeting we had, staff's time with the Zoom meeting, the proponents and the investor, Andrew, too. He wants to make everything legal. He wants to fix up 6 units. I would have loved to have seen a compromise of 4. I can tell you during this pause that no one's on for that. It doesn't appear that anyone's on for 4 instead of 6 units. That still contemplates that medium density, and it doesn't appear to be something that people want at this time. I suspect, and I have shared this with the residents in our community meeting between the last meeting and this one of Planning Committee, that they got a pretty good case going in to an LPAT appeal. They have a staff report that's obviously supportive. However, if you will understand and appreciate the different arguments, and I won't go down the long lists, I think I'll end it there. I can't support the staff report on this. I appreciate where everyone's coming from, and I would move to deny, and that is seconded by Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Councillor. So procedurally, we need mover and seconder to receive the written submissions, and then we will go to the report. So moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor, I'll second that myself. This is just to receive the written submissions.
And those are the submissions that are included in 10.1. Thank you. That carries. And then on the report itself, and the staff recommendation moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Collins, that the public submissions were
received on this matter, and it's not approval. So that the public submissions received on this matter supported the denial of the application. We'll say that. Okay. So on the staff recommendation in the report as moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Collins, all in favor or opposed?
Sorry.
Yes.
My apologies for interrupting. I'm just trying to understand what Councillor Farr just said in terms of where he landed and then the wording that you're reading out. I want to make sure
the wording is normally the public submissions received by the committee in approving the application. In this case, if we're going to be denying, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But I'll go to Councillor Farr just to clarify your position on this.
Yeah, I'm moving to deny the staff report. That's before us. So and I'm happy to answer any other questions. So staff have recommended it. I'm moving to deny that recommendation.
So a vote in favor would be in favor of the staff recommendation to approve. A vote.
Wouldn't we be voting in terms of Councillor Farr's position? Or?
Good question. I think you know my position. Thank you. And I'll vote accordingly on whatever we're voting on. If we're just voting on the report, then yeah, I'll vote to deny that. I'll vote negative in the negative. Yes. Thank you. Good point.
So let me just clarify with clerks. Hang on 1 second here.
Hello, everybody. It's Lisa. So this first vote is on the public submissions, and with the chair's approval, the vote will be that the public submissions did not affect the decision. And then the next vote is going to be on the report. Technically, we have two options. I think the easiest is that Farr is moving that the recommendations or the application be denied, and we vote on that.
Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, so the first one, if I can respectfully request that that the decision was, and it was affected by the submissions, and because the submissions were from the citizens. Mm-hmm. So I would vote for that they actually influenced that decision. And then the second one is to deny. And so, and also I already voted. I thought we were voting on Councillor Farr's motion. So can you please wipe out that motion?
I have canceled that vote. So the vote coming up is that the public submission supported the denial of the application.
Good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I saw you also indicate, Councillor Partridge. Did you?
Yeah, well, I know, and I appreciate the previous speaker's question because I want to make absolutely certain that my vote is to support the councillor. So if I vote yes to deny, I don't want to be voting yes to approve the staff's recommendation.
Yeah. Okay. So the motion that's going to be on the floor right now is just that the public submissions for the denial did impact the decision. And then the following vote will be to deny. Okay, we're good? Okay. So on the So this vote is that the public submissions supported the denial of the application. Councillor Collins and Councillor Pearson. I think Councillor Pearson disappeared. Okay, thank you. And then Councillor Farr's motion to deny the application. Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Collins. So a vote in the affirmative is a vote to deny. And that carries unanimously, so this is denied. Thank you. Do we need anything further? Yep. Okay. Thank you. So we are good with that issue. Thank you, everyone. Sorry, that was a little confusing. And back to Mr. Coombs. I think you're reconnected, sir. And I can see you, and I can hear you.
Great. Sorry about that. I had a perfect connection for the entire meeting up until I came on. I believe you heard my introduction, so I'll resume my statement.
Certainly. You have the floor.
Thank you. Bird Friendly City is Nature Canada's national certification program, and the Hamilton Burlington Bird Team has prepared this statement. Nature Canada hopes to certify at least 30 cities across Canada as bird friendly by May 14th, 2022, which is World Migratory Bird Day. Healthy bird populations are of critical importance to biodiversity and ecosystem health. In fact, birds act as indicator species. Healthy bird populations signify a healthy environment. 3 billion birds, or 25% of all birds in North America, have been lost in the last 50 years alone. This dramatic decline in bird populations is a warning that we must protect and preserve our environment and take meaningful action on climate change and conservation. One way we can support healthy bird populations is to design our cities with sustainability and biodiversity in mind. Up to 1.5 billion birds are killed every year in North America as a result of collisions with windows and vehicles. Urban planning, therefore, plays an extremely important role due to the number of birds killed by colliding with buildings, particularly during spring and fall migration. In order to receive certification as a bird-friendly city, the City of Hamilton will need to address several issues, which include habitat loss, pesticide use, and a threat to birds from roaming cats. Today, we ask you to consider the critical role of responsible and green urban planning in order to reduce bird deaths from collisions with buildings. To mitigate bird building collisions, the City of Hamilton needs to address the two main causes, glass and lighting. Birds don't see glass, and indoor lighting at night attracts birds to buildings. Both of these issues are the responsibility of our planning department. There are many simple solutions available, such as the use of blinds, effective glass types, and window treatments. Turning lights off at night during migration greatly reduces bird deaths. For example, a Midtown Toronto high-rise commercial building saved over $100,000 in 1 year on electricity when they minimized night lighting. In 2007, 14 years ago, at the urging of Fatal Light Awareness Program, Toronto formed a volunteer committee comprised of public servants, environmentalists, and developers to create bird-friendly guidelines. Since then, Toronto and also Markham have taken the lead in this area and have added mandatory requirements to their plans. These standards are based on the Canadian Standards Association A460, a document that has been published as a national standard of Canada. CSA A460 was created through the efforts of Toronto and Markham and supported and funded by the government of Ontario. In Canada, Vancouver, Calgary, Ottawa, and Burlington all have bird-friendly guidelines in place, as do many municipalities and states in the USA. In a recent email to me, Hamilton's chief planner, Mr. Robichaud, very honestly, I might add, stated that our city has no bird-friendly guidelines at this time. Currently, a new round of general bird building guidelines is being developed by City of Hamilton planning staff. This is a great opportunity to not only catch up to other major Canadian municipalities, but for the City of Hamilton to take its place as a leader in this key aspect of the global climate and biodiversity crisis. CSA A460 and the Toronto and Markham documents are readily available to Hamilton planning staff. We anticipate that the planning department will mandate bird-friendly standards through site development agreements so that building permits will only be issued when compliant with these standards. We also ask for a resolution from the Planning Committee to support our initiative. Hamilton is currently developing an overall biodiversity plan. This must include strong bird-friendly planning requirements. Our city will not be green until it is bird-friendly. Thank you very much for your time and your attention. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Coombs. I do have Councillor Wilson on the speakers list.
Good afternoon, Mr. Coombs. Thanks for sticking around all day. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Thanks for having me back after losing me.
Birds as an indicator species. I was wondering if you could unpack that. Why do they matter?
Birds are almost literally the canary in the mine shaft. When we have serious environmental problems, birds are often amongst the first to suffer. Birds are a critical part of the ecological system. I can give you a few things that they provide. They eat insects, they eat rodents, they control pests, they move seeds, they pollinate plants. They're essential seed dispersers for plants to provide us with food, medicine, timber, and recreation. Birds in your garden can reduce your need to use pesticides. They transfer nutrients from water to land. They clean up dead animals. If you think of our turkey vultures that float over the city, particularly during the summer months. I mentioned the environmental hazards they're very susceptible to. And that's my answer.
Well, if they didn't exist, we'd want to invent them. In terms of the certification that you've referenced, I think you identified, and please correct me, Vancouver, Calgary, Ottawa, and Burlington. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you can help educate me. The certification, it is standard certification. So those 1, 2, 3, 4 cities, it would all be the same practice that has been adopted by the municipality?
Yes, and I'm quite happy to email a rubric to the offices of everybody who participates today, which explains the criteria for certification.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm looking at the cities. It certainly doesn't seem to have impaired their pace of development there. So, just looking, sorry, Chair, and sorry, Mr. Coombs, just looking through my, and you rightfully noted that we, this city, I think unanimously moved Councillor Farr's biodiversity plan. And I know we're always, each of us, anxious to try and enhance areas for pollination, and birds certainly play a role in that. Again, I'd like to thank you for coming. I will have some questions for staff following your delegation.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions?
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other questions from committee? Not seeing any. So if I could just hand the chair over to Councillor Johnson quickly.
Go ahead.
So as Councillor Wilson mentioned, I believe we're now a certified B city, or we're working towards that certification through Councillor Farr's initiative. So I see this as something kind of related, but specific to birds instead of well, both the birds and the bees. My question, Mr. Coombs, is just on some of the initiatives that would have to be put in place if to be certified. So what's required, and are there any kind of economic benefits or any relationship to urban planning?
There definitely is, because these measures would have to be implemented by the planning department. And again, they're currently working on new guidelines, I've been told. Buildings that have adopted bird-friendly lighting procedures, overnight lighting procedures, as I mentioned earlier in my statement, have saved 5- and 6-figure sums annually in electrical bills. The less glass in building, which seems to be a little bit of a trend architecturally anyway, less glass means savings on heating and cooling buildings. And many buildings that have participated in the bird-friendly measures have found this to be great in terms of savings. So there are definitely economic benefits, and as well as benefits for looking towards climate change. The bird-friendly city, a green city, will attract green businesses. It will look very good on Hamilton's resume to be a bird-friendly city to a lot of forward-thinking and green businesses. Birds also provide, several recent studies during the pandemic have shown what a benefit to mental health birds can provide. It's a great hobby, by the way, birding. And Hamilton is a great area for it already, but we still have to protect our birds and enhance their ability to function. Tourism, the Ontario Field Ornithologist Convention 2 years ago in September attracted hundreds and hundreds of birders from all over the province, and many come to Hamilton, especially outside of the pandemic time, on almost a daily basis to see birds that are fairly unique to our region. So economic benefits largely go to gas stations and Tim Hortons in that regard, but often people do stay overnight as well. The buildings the things that would be required, again, are, I won't give you all the technical stuff right now, but that is contained in the rubric and in some other information I can send along. It's all stuff that would be understood very well by planning staff and by architects. I'm neither, I'm an artist. I mentioned in the statement, glass, window treatments, less glass, window treatments. There's a lot that can be done with buildings and should be done to mitigate the collisions. And again, the overnight lighting is a very easy one. It's very easy to have cleaning staff, for instance, use one floor at a time in terms of lighting as opposed to lighting up the entire building. I was hearing about some buildings in Toronto have gone to motion detectors in case one person wants to go into the office at night and nobody else in the entire building. So the overnight lighting is very, very important. I participated, just to conclude, last fall in a project organized by FLAP and Global Bird Rescue, where I went out first thing in the morning during fall migration and sadly picked up dead birds which had bred up in the boreal forest, and we're hoping to be on our way all the way down as far south as South America before coming back next year.
Councillor?
Thank you. Those are all the questions I had. It sounds like a really interesting initiative. I think something we can take away and see what will be required from a policy perspective. So I'll take the chair back. Thank you.
Thank you.
And, thank you, Mr. Coombs. And Councillor Wilson, did you have a question for staff that you want to ask now? Or
Yes, I do, if now's the appropriate time.
let's just receive Mr. Coombs' delegation, and then you can ask your questions to staff. So move to receive by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Wilson. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Danko. I see Mr. Robichaud on the line, so my questions are for him. Mr. Robichaud, Mr. Coombs was referencing a certification program. So before I begin with my questions, I just wanted to ask, first of all, whether you're familiar with that certification.
Through to the councillor, I have not personally investigated that program, so I would not say that I would feel comfortable speaking in terms of that program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, my second question is, Mr. Coombs stated, I think, as a consequence of the conversation he had with you, that you were undertaking some general changes or a review of our building guidelines. Is that the case? I'm just trying to get some feedback from you on an opportunity for staff to review and consider and follow on the heels of other municipalities, particularly in light of our already commitments to biodiversity, and we're moving further down the road of more intensification. Thank you.
Through Mr. Chairman to the councillor. So there's two initiatives the city is involved in relating to this. One is, as was previously alluded to, staff have been directed to report back on the feasibility in terms of reference for developing a biodiversity strategy within the city of Hamilton. And I believe Mr. Thorne spoke to this matter and the timing at the last GIC meeting, and we hope to bring forward that biodiversity strategy report, including possible terms of reference, financing, and a very fulsome report dealing with financing, staff resources, and partnership arrangements with NGOs in Q3 of this year. At the second initiative that we've been involved in is the planning division has been in the process of updating our site plan guidelines or our design guidelines, as well as looking at developing green building standards as well. Those design guidelines are intended to inform the development of the new zoning bylaw in terms of, so it's much more of a design-based consideration. The primary focus right now is looking at ground-related residential uses in terms of those design guidelines. But there is an opportunity through that work to, as we move into the medium and higher density components of the design guidelines, to incorporate other elements relating to coming out of, say, the biodiversity strategy or other elements relating to developing bird-friendly guidelines. In the interim, what we have been doing where we've identified areas that have a high potential for where there's a high potential for potential conflicts with birds. We've been requiring on a file by file basis that the proponent prepare and submit to the city for review bird-friendly design guidelines that would then get incorporated through the site plan process. So it's been more of an incremental basis as opposed to doing it as a citywide basis in the preparation of bird-friendly design guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I could just summarize what I think I heard, because I am trying to look for an opportunity in which we could provide some, given the migratory nature of birds, some standardization here. So you're saying a report is forthcoming in Q3, terms of reference, including funding and partnership opportunities to begin our biodiversity plan. And
that is correct. Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Councillor.
No,
that is correct.
Thank you. And then the second is you are updating design guidelines and green building guidelines at present. Although there's to date, there's been no formal, you haven't enveloped any bird certification guidelines in that practice. Did I understand you correctly?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the focus of the guidelines we're working on right now are predominantly working towards ground-related residential uses. So those would be townhouses, masonettes, low-rise apartment buildings. And the intent is that these guidelines are to inform the development of the new zoning bylaw, so that the zoning bylaw becomes much more of a design-based exercise as opposed to a traditional regulatory zoning bylaw. When we complete the low density component of the design guidelines, then we'll be focusing on medium density, which is up to 8 to 12 stories in height, and then high density buildings. It would be through that process that we would be updating our design guidelines, including, if that was what the recommendation coming out of the biodiversity strategy and other directions, we would look at bird-friendly guidelines into those guidelines as part of that process, looking at it on a holistic basis. And then what I've said is on an interim basis, in order to address what appears to be a gap in terms of how we deal with this issue, is we know that in certain areas where we have migratory bird habitat, i.e. along Lake Ontario shoreline, or if it's adjacent to along the escarpment areas where there's a potential we will then require at the site plan process and the site plan stage that the applicant prepare, submit, and implement bird-friendly design guidelines on a project-by-project basis until such time as we get to a point where we can have citywide standards dealing with bird-friendly design issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to unpack that for me. So I guess I'm looking to you, Mr. Robichaud. I'm very much supportive of Mr. Coombs, the values behind his delegation and the practices in which he is espousing, and he cited the fact that other municipalities have already adopted this certification, and so I'm looking for some feedback from you on the best avenue in which we can ensure that the entire city is covered, that it's holistic in its application. And I think what I'm gathering from you, from your comments, is that that route might be the biodiversity terms of reference. But again, I'm looking for some assistance from you in how we can move down in this direction for council to consider, please.
What I anticipate, Councillor, is that not necessarily in the biodiversity terms of reference, but if we assume and if council approves proceeding with developing a biodiversity strategy, then one of the recommendations coming out of that biodiversity strategy would be about protecting wildlife and as it relates to birds. How do we protect birds as it relates to new development? So I would assume, without prejudicing or predetermining the outcome of what's in the biodiversity strategy, there would be a direction in that to deal with this issue. So it's really going to be a question of time. Well, you know, even if council approves the biodiversity strategy, we work with the NGOs to develop the biodiversity strategy. It could be 6 to 18 months before that strategy is in front of council for adoption. Coming out of that will then be the implementation of those strategic elements, which would be the actual preparation of bird-friendly design guidelines in accordance with the recommendations of a biodiversity strategy. Plus, we'd also be looking at those anyway as part of the work that we're going to be doing in updating the site plan guidelines for taller buildings. So I would anticipate, you know, in probably say we start in month 18, we would then develop those guidelines and report back to council with tall building guidelines on a citywide basis that would include dealing with the bird friendly design guideline considerations. So it's really a question of time, money, and resources, right? In terms of how we could have, you know, the ability for staff to do this work, to have the consultation, and then to report back to council on a set of draft guidelines, the results of the consultation, and a final recommendation, if it's the will of committee and council, that we proceed with developing bird-friendly design guidelines.
Okay, so certainly if it's the will of council, so you don't need any direction or any request from me or this committee to ensure that that's considered in the deliberative work of the biodiversity and the guidelines. It's going to be considered anyways, and it'll be coming back.
That is correct. And sorry, what I should have said, and we're already sort of doing it, like I said, on an ad hoc basis, on a development by development basis application. It would be simply a matter of formalizing that into a set of guidelines that would be presented and adopted by council. So we're at this point in time, we're not seeking or requiring a direction from committee or council that we proceed with developing this. What we would be looking at would be that through the development of the biodiversity strategy that we would consider this matter. So we will be looking at it anyway, I anticipate, given the level of interest and some of our current official plan policies and other requirements that we have.
Well, if that's your assurance, thank you that you'll be looking at it. That's good.
Sorry, I should just one caveat. It would be assuming that council, when we report back on the biodiversity strategy, that a council approves and the authorization to spend the money or the partnership to do it. We're still in the early stage of looking at some of the financial implications. There would be both contributions directly, could be a cash contribution to an NGO to help do some of the biodiversity work, as well as indirect financial support, where we would be providing both staff resources and information and other support to assist in the development of that biodiversity strategy. So I think at that time will be a key decision point as to whether or not to proceed with the biodiversity strategy and the possible financial implications and funding to pay for it. And assuming that we get the support to proceed and the funding model that we bring forward is acceptable to council, then we will develop the biodiversity strategy and report back with a strategy which should include dealing with ensuring that we respond to this issue of how do we ensure that new buildings are compatible with wildlife and avoiding sort of this bird strike problem. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm hopeful because, as Mr. Coombs says, the CSA 1460 and the Toronto guidelines are already they're already in operational, and they seem to be operational. I think he suggested in Burlington. So maybe one last question for you. I don't know if you can answer this. Will there be an opportunity for people like Mr. Coombs to make public comment on the biodiversity work as it comes forward?
Yes, we will be seeking, there will be, what I can do is I can make a note so that as we get closer to confirming that, I think the biodiversity strategy came out of GIC. So if we're reporting back to GIC or planning committee, we will ensure that anybody who has an interest is notified of when the report is available and which meeting it'll be going to. And then through the, assuming that council authorizes us to proceed with the development of the biodiversity strategy, there will be opportunities for public consultation throughout that biodiversity strategy, both the development of it and in responding to the draft strategy that ultimately gets presented to committee and council for consideration.
Okay, thank you. And just no big surprise here. Obviously, I'm very supportive of the that which Mr. Coombs is proposing, and birds are migratory. So it is going to take a national village and then some to do this, because if we do it in a jigsaw manner, it doesn't help with their migratory efforts if there are some municipalities that are leading and some that aren't. So I'm with you, Mr. Coombs, and we'll keep our nose to the grindstone on this and look for opportunities in which to advance it, and hopefully we'll have the will of council behind us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so if there's no further discussion on that item, we're going to move along to item 10.2, which is updates to the terms of the environmental remediation and site enhancements, ERASE, redevelopment grant, and tax assistance programs citywide. So I need a mover and a seconder to put the recommendations and report on the table. We'd like to move by Councillor Collins and seconded by Councillor Pearson. Is there any discussion on 10.2? I think this is something that is Councillor Collins' initiative. Yes, Councillor Collins, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Terrific. I just want to thank staff for quickly responding. This is very basic in terms of an amendment to the existing policy that we have, and it's in the event that we have an application that comes to planning and eventually through to council that is denied, it gives the city discretion in terms of withholding support for ERASE applications. And so I think this, it doesn't happen often. I think it's happened maybe once or twice where staff have informally had to provide this type of an answer to the applicant or to the developer. But I think it's great to have a policy now in place that gives us clear discretion in terms of choosing which developments or ERASE and contaminated redevelopments to support or not. And so I just want to thank Jason and staff for bringing this forward as quick as they did, and I appreciate the timely response to the inquiry that I made late last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Nope. Okay. Moved by Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Pearson. I think it was. Yep. All in favor? Thank you. That carries unanimously. On to 10.3, Bill 197 and the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act 2020 and changes to the Planning Act. We need a mover and a seconder to just put this on the floor. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Wilson. Is there any discussion on 10.3? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My only question is, with the changes to the Conservation Authority Act under Bill 206 and the Minister's zoning orders, does this make significant changes to our planning principles now that these sort of, and should we be commenting on Minister's zoning orders that they can make these orders without comments from the Conservation Authority staff? I guess that would go to Steve.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the minister does not need to consult with anybody in issuing the MZO. That's part of one of the concerns is the minister does not need the municipal consent or the consent of any other agency before the decision is made to issue the MZO. What is the current regulations that the province is seeking consultation on really relates to two narrow questions. One is the use of an MZO in sort of to include an inclusionary housing component, and then the second component relates to the ability of the province now to essentially take over the site planning function through the MZO process. Normally, though, I guess for the City of Hamilton, we would involve the conservation authorities in any site plan application. But in this case, the minister is trying to understand how they should exercise their site plan authorities. So it would not hurt for council if they had concerns wanting to ensure that issues that would normally be addressed by a conservation authority be respected in any ministerial zoning order that is effectively a site plan approval process. But what we are saying in our report and our comments to the province was we didn't feel that the province should be doing site plans in the first place through an MZO, given the local circumstances and the level of detail and information that's required through that site planning process. Thank you.
Yeah, well, this actually sounds more complicated than what was explained to the conservation authorities. I guess my fear is, number one, what happens if an MZO allows development in a flood area and it floods? Who takes responsibility for that? And I don't think we've addressed that, but I'm still getting countless emails daily on the whole, and I realize it's probably an organized blitz because a lot of them say the exact same words, but there seems to be a lot of pushback on allowing the minister to do zoning orders against the will of conservation authorities. And do we need to keep that pressure on? Or is it over in your view? I can't speak intelligently about this because I don't understand all the planning words that you're plugging into this. I just want to make sure we don't miss this opportunity to continue to object to MZOs in conservation authority protected lands. Is this the right time to do it, Steve?
I think basically that's part of our comments, and I don't want to Ms. Fayback in her presentation highlight some of these issues, but that was one of the concerns that we have. If the province steps in and issues effectively a MZO/site plan, does this mean then the province will assume all of the responsibilities and liabilities that flow from that decision? Or will the province simply just issue the site plan approval, a building permit is issued, and then 2 years or 5 years from down the road, we suddenly find out we have issues and concerns relating to that approval? And then does it become the municipality's problem? Is it a private landowner's problem? Or does it become a problem involving the province? And I raised that with my counterparts at the provincial level. It's indicated in our comments back to the province on this matter. I don't have an answer back from the province. They just simply said, just put it in your comments. Thank you very much at a staff level. But I think these sorts of concerns are the reinforcing what staff have already said in our comments on the ERO posting to the province. Thank you.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you. So you haven't got a response back to that they're going to hold the municipality or the conservation authority or the homeowner harmless if they allow a builder to build in a wetland and you get flooding and significant damage to homes. So it sounds to me, Steve, you're telling us that what you're saying in the letter is adequate.
I'm confident with the comments we provided, but we did indicate that if there was any additional comments, commentary, or concerns raised by committee or council, we would pass that on to the province for their information as well, just to, because I think what you're saying, Councillor, reinforces the concerns that we as staff expressed in our comments back to the province. It is a major area of concern because we spend a lot of time developing guidelines and standards and regulations that get implemented at the site plan stage, and then we assume the responsibility and the liability that goes with making those decisions. We're not sure if the province will have any regard for our standards and our regulations, and if the province does or does not, how will they ensure that those matters get implemented at the development stage, and then how do they ensure that those matters are retained during that long-term down the road liability issues. I mean, it's not uncommon for to be asked about a development that happened 15 or 20 years ago. If there's an issue with grading, drainage, driveway access, landscaping,
or flooding,
we pull out the site plan agreement. It's forms part of our property standards bylaw, and then we go out and investigate and we take the necessary course of action. We don't know if the province is prepared to do that, or if they're just simply going to help to facilitate somebody getting a building permit and then walk away and hope for the best. When I asked that question with the province, they just said, well, we're going to have to talk to our lawyers, and they haven't gotten back to me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anybody else on the speakers list for this? Not seeing anybody. Councillor Johnson, would you mind just taking the chair? A couple questions from me.
Okay.
Thank you. So, obviously, there's a couple huge, monumental issues here. The first is the province just unilaterally issuing minister zoning orders with no consultation with municipalities, which is bad enough because that puts zoning in control, or puts the province in control of zoning. They can rezone their property for whatever they want through an MZO. But the secondary part here is that they're also looking to take over site plan, which is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, that would put the province in control of, things like where the garbage is being picked up and like slope stability, shoreline protection, all kinds of the very detailed things that we do in site plan. And I can't believe that the province would want to take over some of those things that are, like traffic management, things like that we do in site plan. So can I ask, maybe Anita would be the best person to ask this question. Just some of the comments, the staff comments back about site plan and the risks of the province taking over that duty from municipalities.
Through the chair to the councillor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good afternoon, Anita Fayback, Manager of Development Planning, Heritage and Design. I think Mr. Robichaud has touched on a couple things, but I'll just give you a high-level overview of some of the comments that we provided to the province. Firstly, a discussion and some comments around the misconceptions regarding the site plan process in general. It seems as though this was driven by the province in the hopes of speeding things up a little bit. And so one of the comments that we gave back to them is that, we have a good process here at the city. We generally move things fairly quickly, provided, that information that we get and submissions that we receive is of a good quality. So just explaining to them a little bit about our process, and then in terms of, should the province take over the authority for site plan control, what does that mean for our process? So we have our conditional approval process, the two-step process. So what does that mean in terms of the types of processes that the various municipalities have in place, and what does that mean? Steve mentioned this, it's a little unclear as to who would do what and who would be responsible for the different elements. We feel that site plan should continue to be the responsibility of municipalities. It gives us the opportunity to work with applicants and agents to review and approve things like the zoning bylaw, design standards, guidelines, impacts on environmental features, trees, the site functionality. We talked about garbage collection today, detailed engineering, including grading and stormwater management. It's also the time for us to take right-of-way dedications if the zoning is already in place. That's really our only opportunity. And then among many other technical details that get reviewed at the site plan stage. So we indicated to the province that we were not clear if the province was going to assume this technical review, ensure conformity with the zoning bylaws and all the other guidelines and standards that we have, enforcement of those, and specifically liability and responsibility for those approvals. So we did request the province to provide municipalities with those details on process and who would be responsible for what. There was also concern with the province dictating a scope of a site plan before a site plan has even been submitted. When you're looking at the zoning stage, seems it could be potentially premature. And then, as I mentioned, we questioned whether our current processes would continue to apply, or would the province be developing their own process. So that, in summary, are the comments that we provided to the province back in January. I think the comments were due January 30th, and we provided comments on January 29th.
Councillor?
Thank you, Anita. And obviously the concern is if you have a province that, they're basically rubber stamping zoning through MZOs to now take over rubber stamping site plans. I mean, that's pure chaos. And is that perhaps they didn't quite understand what they were approving themselves to do? And I think Steve already touched on that, but
it's through the chair to the councillor. I mean, we have a lot of questions. I think Steve touched on that, and I tried to make that clear in our comments to the province. Is we don't really understand how this would play out. So, do they intend the agreement? So basically, they say that they're, they will require an agreement between the municipality and the property owner. But I'm not sure if that agreement is supposed to address the technical review or the outcome of the technical review, which would be the details of the site plan. So there are a lot of unknowns, and those were the types of comments we wanted to make sure that the province had from us, in that we would need that type of detail, because it's not very clear to me how this would actually work in terms of the process and then the role that municipalities would have going forward.
Thank you. And just one final question, just on the technicalities of this. So when we have site plans, we do that work in-house. We have specialized staff here that review site plans. How would the province start reviewing site plans? Obviously, I don't think that they have people on staff that could do this work. So would they end up having to hire consultants, or would they hire the city to do our site plans for? Like, how would that even work?
Through the chair, we asked those exact same questions. I'm not sure what that would mean. We wanted to know more about who would be approving it, what would they be approving, and who would assume enforcement and responsibility of liability of that approval. And in addition, you mentioned all the different people that review it internally, but there's also all of the external agencies that we circulate. Councillor Ferguson mentioned the conservation authorities and the Ministry of Transportation. So would the province be assuming that coordinating role in getting all of those comments and the technical review of documents as part of the site plan process? So those are questions that we pose to the province as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor?
Just final comment. If it ends up being that they've taken on this responsibility, didn't really understand what they were taking on, and then come back to the city to ask us to, do the site plans that they've taken on, that we make sure that we charge them some sort of premium consulting fee for the privilege. But those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you, and the chair is yours, and I'm pretty sure they know what they're taking on. It's not good. Thank you.
Yeah, a big old rubber stamp is what they're taking on.
Yeah.
So no, Councillor Pearson?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, my apologies. My computer has acted up terribly today.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, Mr. Chairman, and what you're saying. So can you just reiterate, Anita? So is there any safeguards? I guess my biggest concern now is we will have no control. So if there's something that was missed in the province's review and something's constructed, there's an after effect later on. Ministry's out of it now, everything's done. What safeguards does the municipality have?
Through the chair to the councillor, the only thing that I can see from what they published, which is not a lot of information, they do talk about requiring the property owner and the municipality to enter into an agreement. But I don't know what that agreement would be. At this point, I'm not clear on what that would entail when I'm not really clear on what the site plan process would be as being led by the ministry. So are they intending to do that review function and approval, or are they intending to say in worst case scenario is here's the development, this is what's being approved, no technical studies required? That's somewhat extreme to me, but I'm not really entirely sure at this point. So we did ask the province to confirm the approval authority and enforcement and all of that, because maybe they don't understand that, as Mr. Robichaud mentioned, we're pulling site plans that were approved 20, 30 years ago in order to, to investigate things and to look at sort of who was responsible for what. And so how would that work in this case? So I will say there's probably far more questions that I had than I did have answers. They really didn't provide a lot of detail in terms of what they posted on the registry, but certainly we will keep our eyes open for perhaps any other documentation released by the province. And if there is anything with more detail, I will certainly report back to Planning Committee.
And I appreciate that, because you're right. We do go back all the time. We go back historically, and when we don't have site plans, it's even worse. So I'd hate to be creating that scenario again for the next chunk of development over the next number of years that somebody in the future is going to be caught in again. So if there's anything, I certainly understand what's being, what concerns are being raised here. If there's anything we can do as a council by motion to the province, to our partners, I'm sure we're not the only municipality that's very concerned about this. Please keep us posted sooner than later. Because I think if we need to have a movement of concern going forward and certainly some clarification, at least from the province. I mean, even sending documentation to say this is what's in place so we can question it, no different when they do their requirements for, any development abutting the highways. I mean, we all are commenting agencies, and maybe we have to become a commenting agency then. So I'm just going to put that on the table, but certainly please keep us posted if we need to do something sooner than later. Thank you, Anita.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further discussion on this, so I believe it was moved by, was it Councillor Wilson? Pearson and Wilson, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Wilson, to approve the recommendations in 10.3. Councillor Farr's thumbs up. Thank you. That carries unanimously. Okay, on to motions. 11.1, implementation of permit parking on the west side of Wellington Street North between Barton Street East and Cannon Street East in Ward 2. Councillor Farr.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. It's brief. I'm going to read it out because there's years of engagement from a number of residents along this stretch that would love to hear it on the record. So, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Collins, the implementation of permit parking on the west side of Wellington Street North between Barton Street East and Cannon Street East, Hamilton Ward 2, whereas on November 27, 2019, Council approved Report PED 19-187 on street parking permits, Wellington Street North Ward 2, which recommended a number of changes to parking restrictions on Wellington Street North. This included the removal of the no parking restrictions and installation of bump outs. This is key, which have now been implemented. Whereas Report PED 19187 didn't recommend permit parking due to the fact that permits would not provide an exemption to the no parking on a through street between 2 a.m. and 7 a.m. It's a parking regulation, excuse me. Would be of limited value at the time. Whereas it has been observed that following the installation of these bump outs, the parking created is not being utilized to its full benefit, and the introduction of permit parking would fulfill a long-standing desire by these residents for permit parking. And whereas Public Works has expressed concerns, and that those concerns are that added parking will reduce their ability to meet council-approved levels of service during snow clearing and street sweeping operations, given the width and one-way configuration of the streets, and have other potential consequences such as vehicle damage, blocked in vehicles, and no storage space for accumulating snow. Therefore, staff be authorized and directed to implement full-time parking, permit parking on the west side of Wellington Street between Barton Street East and Cannon Street East. And B, that communication be provided in writing to any person requesting a parking permit on the west side of Wellington Street between Barton and Cannon, that during and following snow events, vehicles may be blocked for extended periods, and the cleaning of windows may not be possible in the absence of overnight parking restrictions. So I just want to say very quickly on the final whereas, I think that this particular section, especially with the bump outs now, that it is a much more passive lane, because you can't drive south along Wellington on that far west lane anymore. There's a bump out right where Konecki's used to be, and there's another big bump out. These are permanent bump outs, not knockdown sticks, at Cannon as well in this lane. So this lane is changed dramatically since we've been talking about this. Anyway, Public Works on this, I'm not sure. Of all days, Public Works has, I get to share this, really a consideration from Public Works that is applicable to any and all streets today. They're worried about potential consequences such as vehicle damage with snow clearing, blocked in vehicles with snow clearing, and no storage space for accumulating snow. That's the case on every street in the city today, and probably into tomorrow as well. And I can assure you the residents that I've spoken to on this, almost unanimity wanting this full-time permanent permit parking in this area, are well aware that those are situations that could endure as well. They are rare, but they do happen, and when they happen on Wellington Street, they'll happen everywhere else in our city. So I just want to thank all the staff that helped me with this, the residents as well, and again, that's seconded by Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. And I think we're hearing mic noise from Anita. Discussion on this item, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate where the good councillor is coming from. But from somebody who has had to use the parking around the hospital frequently in the last few years, I just have a couple of questions. So west on Wellington Street was the only side of the street you could park on that particular spot between Barton and Cannon. So is it now just for people who apply for permits that can park there on the west side? Is that what this motion's for?
We with accepting this motion would permit the residents along that stretch to apply for permits on the west side. The hospital parking and the public parking, there's meters all along the east side as it stands now. The public parking's on the east side.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry,
That's okay.
sir. I was thinking of the west side. I am so sorry. I'm just so backwards. It's all this snow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, first of all, I think the councillor from Ward 2 has got way too much airtime today. He's got a lot of stuff going on.
I don't even have a voice anymore.
But is this another Aberdeen Avenue where, to appease the local residents, you're making it difficult for the rest of the city to get around by blocking up arterial roads? I'm getting to get the impression that the Lower City councillors are trying to send the message out to the rest of the city that we're not welcome in there. And here's an arterial road where you're going to block it up again, and I have issue with that. And because those arterial roads are meant for the whole city to be able to move around, and you're right, the general hospital is down there along with a lot of other events. But this seems to be snowballing, and so I can't support this. I think it's the wrong way to go. where for political reasons you block up streets, but if eventually we're going to be such a congested city, we're going to lose a competitive advantage of not having, unplugged roadways. So I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion on 1.1? Councillor Farr?
Thank you. Just to that last point. So 55,000 cars per hour back in the 50s along this four-way, one-way south street has changed dramatically. So absolutely over time, I've noted myself personally, but also various traffic staff will agree, I'm sure, even if you would ask them today, if you don't believe me, the volumes of traffic on Wellington South are why we put the meters on the east side, the bump outs on the right. There is never congestion, Councillor Ferguson, on Wellington Street South. It is not 1955 with 70,000 factory workers coming up and down that road, which is originally why it was designed in the one-way stretch that it is. But regardless, I appreciate your vote, whichever way you choose.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thanks. Just because Aberdeen was referenced and a former speaker said it was done for political reasons, let me just assure members of the public that it was done for safety reasons. It was based on staff recommendations that found an outstanding safety concern. Secondly, having highways running through neighborhoods is nobody's competitive advantage. It never has been. Maybe in the 70s and the 60s, but those days are long gone. What's a competitive advantage is a city that puts the safety and the livability of all of its residents, regardless of where they live, first and foremost, so that young, talented, nomadic, mobile people wish to live here. And it shouldn't matter where you live. It shouldn't matter what income you have, that everyone and every child should have safe streets and a choice in which to move around. Thank you. I'll be supporting the councillor's motion.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, I'm not here to re-debate Aberdeen Avenue. I know it's all about the kids, but I'm here to talk about Wellington, which is the issue before us today. There used to be 15,000 people that worked at SOCO, not 50,000. But secondly, more importantly, they got 800 acres that they're trying to bring back to life. And there's going to be a lot of people wanting to start to commute down to the waterfront again when those 800 acres come back on stream. And I'm worried you're going to make it too damn difficult to get there. And to appease the local political problem, you're going to create a difficulty for the rest of the city. That's my point. Thanks.
Thank you. No further discussion. All in favor on the motion before you, moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Collins. All in favor or opposed? Councillor Wilson's giving me thumbs up. That carries 7-1. Thank you. On to general information, the general manager's update. GM Thorne, do you have any updates for committee?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to let committee know about a couple of staffing changes upcoming in the planning division. We have a few retirements, unfortunately, coming up in planning. So Yvette Rubinski, who's been the SPA in the suburban team, is going to be retiring at the end of this month. But I'm pleased to let you know that starting March 1st, we will have a new SPM for the suburban team, Ohi Izaren. Will be joining us March 1st, and we'll be sure to introduce them at the March Planning Committee so you can all get to know Ohi. And also June Christie, who's our SPM of our rural team, will be retiring at the end of May. And starting on May 1st, Charlie Toman will be the new SPM of the rural team. And thirdly, we have another retirement of Joe Gravina, who's going to be retiring at the at the end of April, although his last day at work will be at the end of March. Joe is, of course, the lead for our business facilitation office that handles a number of the high priority files for the city. And we are beginning recruitment now to fill his position for someone to take over from Joe when he retires. So best of luck to those three staff in their retirements. Thank very much to them for their years of service to the city. And we look forward to working with the new SPMs.
Thank you, General Manager. Definitely disappointing, I guess, to see such talented people leave the city, but also congratulations to them on their retirement. Just speaking personally, Yvette is probably the planner that I got to know the most over these past couple of years with her portfolio that includes Ward 8. So we'll definitely miss having those conversations with her. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive the general manager's update. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Wilson. All in favor? We just need the Chad. Thank you, Councillor Collins. Got everybody? Unanimous, thank you. And we do have a private and confidential item. So we're going to move into closed session. I need a mover and seconder to move into closed session pursuant to section 8.1, subsections E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 18-270 as amended, and section 239.2, subsections E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the city, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and to a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. That last sentence is a mouthful. Moved and seconded by Councillor Partridge. Thank you. And seconded by myself. All in favor? Moving into closed session. Okay, thank you. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion. When you see the members of the committee rejoin the meeting, the committee will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. So we're now going to enter closed session, and anybody not in here, please exit.
And a reminder to switch back to open session in eScribe. What are the chances somebody's going to have shoveled my sidewalk by the time I get home? What do you think? What are the chances somebody might have shoveled my sidewalk by the time I get home? Councillor Farr, he got a head start on it.
You know, Lisa did. It's a chore. It is a chore, and Lisa did a whole bunch. But when I went out, it was more or less the driveway. But I still have the side and the back, and it's a good hour and a half job for sure.
Well, that just sounds great.
Yeah.
Glenn was 3 hours. He hasn't done the walkway yet. He said he saved it for me.
I have an amazing helper to do this stuff. His name is John Deere.
Yeah.
I was done in 15 minutes with 2 big driveways.
Well, bring John and yourself down to my place.
All right, we're back into open session. Where are we here? So on, we're good to continue? Yeah, okay. So on the item 14.1, the update for the instructions for the LPAT on the Hamilton Rural and Urban Official Plans Urban Boundary Expansion, I need a mover and a seconder to approve A, that report LS 16029C, PED 16248C, including Appendix A to report the report of the same be received for information, and that the reports previously mentioned, including its recommendations and appendices, remain confidential. The mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All in favor or opposed? Councillor Wilson? Thank you. Thumbs up. And I think that's it. Motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? Don't forget to vote. My good for nothing kids, I had a day off today.
Thank you, Chair. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you,
care.
Chair. Safe drive home.
Happy snow blowing.
We're adjourned. Take care, everybody.